If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Columbine Conspiracy Case Series. This is episode 10, over 100 accounts. That's right, we're going over 100 accounts that do not match the official narrative. Were there additional shooters? Were there simply other Trenchcoat Mafia members who were present for at least part of this traumatic shooting, which has, of course, become the de facto high school? Whenever you talk school shootings, Columbine is, of course, the first that comes to mind for many, many people, especially those that were around in 1999 and watched this unfold on the news. So we will be continuing our dissection of all of these witness statements and all of the evidence that points against two lone individuals carrying this out. Was there help or foreknowledge? There seems to have been, just from all available accounts. Now, to what extent is what is being debated here, with logic and reason at the forefront in typical Mindshock fashion, not falling for any logical fallacies or blind faith in the idiot box and whatever is presented on the idiot box as truth without supporting evidence. If you want to support Mindshock, support the podcast, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for exclusive access to streams and chats only available to members. You can help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And I will add another Dunning-Kruger disclaimer here. If your English is not even at a first or second grade level, I mean, what are you really doing in the comment section? I mean, there are a lot of goofs out there that just really love to throw in their 2 cents without even understanding what's being alleged. Understand what's being alleged first. And again, I am not actually claiming anything is definitively true or untrue. Of course, the Mindshock motto is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. And I'm also not even sure about that. So let's recap from the top of the 100 that I was going over earlier. So Chris Wisher, of course, 1261. Saw two guys with shotguns wearing black trench coats. Third guy wearing a white t-shirt and jeans was seen throwing bomb on the roof simultaneously to seeing the two guys with the trench coats. Jake Apodaca, sophomore, 653, at the soccer field. Saw two guys carrying shotguns wearing black trenches, black t-shirts. Third guy wearing white t-shirt and jeans throwing bombs onto the roof. Jonathan Cole, freshman, 749. Two tall guys in black trench coats. Third male wearing white t-shirt and blue jeans. This person looked over to the other two suspects and yelled, "Go, go." 4, William Arap-Gillies, freshman, 660, was on the soccer field, heard firecrackers, saw 3 people near the west entrance. 2 were wearing black trench coats and carrying guns. Third was wearing a white t-shirt, no visible gun. The person in the white t-shirt was pacing back and forth 5 feet away from the 2 gunmen. Channel 7 News reported at 12 noon. Reporter said numerous witnesses he spoke to were not named, said they saw 3 gunmen. Lindsay Elmore Jr., 332. I believe there were 3 gunmen. On 340, there was so much movement that Elmore thought there was more than 2 people. Trying to explain that away. ACSO Nelson, 8810, a list of 3 names that the 12 witnesses ID'd from a yearbook were turned over to ACSO investigators to forward. 8, Jason Bear, sophomore, 1759, hid in the green room of Science Hall. I heard more than 2 people yelling to each other saying, "Over here," and stuff. 9, Anthony Samaro, freshman, 5071. Tony stated that 2 suspects came in through the front door and 1 came in from the side door. 10, Eric Sunday, freshman, 4576, saw 2 gunmen downstairs near the cafeteria. Runs upstairs, sees another person in the trench coat in front of the library doors. And what's 2 plus 1, people? Even the coincidence theorists should be able to do this math. 11, John Curtis, staff member, 2286, describes 3 attackers. Let's take a look at that. The other point, which we'll get into regarding the duffel bags, whether or not the duffel bags with the bombs were there before 11:20. Coincidentally, of course, there's a cutout in the cafeteria footage for there's 8 minutes of missing footage in a very coincidental time, and we'll be getting into that as well. Curtis is actually 2785. And also, we have to keep in mind just the psychology of regular people. Regardless of what they saw, if they keep hearing on the media or from officers that there were only 2 guys, would that make them question their own recollection, especially during this stressful situation? So if they weren't pressured and saw no media, would their accounts be completely different? This report dated April 24th, 99, investigation. On April 20th, while assisting with interviews on the scene of a multiple homicide, Columbine High School, I interviewed one of the building maintenance employees who was named John Curtis. Curtis told me he first became aware something was happening in the school when he heard gunshots. Curtis told me that he saw a male with a high-powered rifle slung across his shoulder at the top of the steps by the south entrance of the cafeteria. Curtis told me that he and a number of students fled into the kitchen area and hid. While inside of the room where they were hiding, Curtis told me he heard a sound of a second firearm that sounded like a .22 caliber. Curtis also told me he heard one of the shooters blow up the stove in the kitchen with the high-powered rifle. I asked Curtis to give me a better description of the male he saw. He described him as about 5'10", medium build, dark brown collar-length hair, and said the male was wearing a black duster. Curtis also told me he thought he could see something yellow inside of the duster when it swung open at one point. Curtis told me that he was evacuated from the building along with fellow custodian Jay Galatine. I spoke with Galatine, and he told me he did not see the gunman, nor did he witness anyone being shot or injured. And how many potential witnesses, simply said they didn't see anything because they didn't want to deal with it? Not for nefarious purposes, simply they were obviously the trauma. I mean, it's just they figured there's plenty of other witnesses, so they didn't say what they saw. They claimed they saw nothing. Did those individuals actually see something as well? Another report here, date of this report, April 29th, regarding April 28th. At 2:20, I contacted John Curtis by telephone. Okay. During my conversation with Curtis, he informed me he's a janitorial worker for the high school and he supervises lunch period. He stated he observed suspects shooting and stated that he wasn't sure if he saw 2 or 4 people shooting. I asked him if he ever saw 4 together, and he stated no. He stated that during the incident, he observed victim Sean Graves, who was a wounded victim, laying halfway in the cafeteria, halfway on the outside door. This door is located on the northwest corner of the cafeteria. Curtis informed me that he stayed with Graves and saw a male suspect walking up the northwest stairs from the cafeteria on the exterior of the building. He described this person as wearing a black trench coat, blue jeans, and tennis shoes. He stated that he's approximately 5'8", but could not give a facial description. He informed me that this person had light blondish brown hair and didn't appear to have any facial hair. I asked him how far away this person was. He said about 20 feet. He stated that the person in the black trench coat was carrying a handgun and it might have been in his right hand. Curtis stated that he left Graves and ran through the cafeteria, the main level near the library. He stated at this time he noticed another person with dark hair, approximately 5'10", wearing a black trench. So one suspect 5'8", one 5'10". Does this sound like Dylan Klebold to anybody? He stated this person was approximately 50 to 100 feet away and he was loading a shotgun. I asked him where this person was standing with the shotgun. He informed me he was standing near the double doors that exit to the west of the building, just north of the library. He stated that he also saw something yellow around this person's waist and that this person's hair was messed up. He stated that this person then chased them down the stairs toward the cafeteria. He stated that Jay Galantine, who was also a janitor, was with him, and they ran into the kitchen area and hid under a stove. So Jay was running from someone he didn't see? He stated that this person in the trench coat began shooting at them toward the kitchen area, but did not come downstairs to the cafeteria or kitchen, and that he stayed in the hallway. He stated that a pipe bomb was thrown at them and it hit a stove and blew up beside them. He informed me that after he thought the person had left, he went back out to be with Graves, and he heard shots very close to Graves, and that was when he and Galantine went into the freezer to hide. I asked him approximately how long he was in the freezer before somebody contacted him to leave the building, and he stated they were in there approximately 30 to 35 minutes. I asked him if he heard any of the suspects say anything. He stated no. I asked him if he could identify the suspect that was near the double doors with a shotgun. He stated he could not. I asked him why he believed there might have been more than 2 suspects involved, and he stated that because he heard a lot of discharging of weapons and pipe bombs. I asked him if he ever saw the suspects together, whether it was 2 or more. He stated he never saw any of the suspects together during the incident. So he just saw individuals of various heights who did not look like each other. Curious. The other thing is, with all these people running around and everybody shooting, is it possible for 2 shooters to make it seem like there were 4? I mean, if they were constantly running from one side to the other, and the official narrative places them together, he's saying he never saw even more than 1 shooter together. There were always single shooters in different areas. How fast would they have to be running in order to emulate 4 shooters if there was only 2 of them? Not that it's impossible, but according to the official narrative, that's not what they were doing. The other thing he said is the second subject that he saw on the west side towards the step towards the common, Curtis related he was in no big hurry to go anyplace. At one point, he was walking back toward the building, so he's walking very slowly? Huh, so then they're not running around, so what is the likelihood they're emulating 4 people? At one point, Curtis related that Jay saw some of the shooters through the mirrors. So that's curious. So he saw Jay see the shooters, and Jay's maintaining he didn't see anybody or anything. Curious. Curious indeed. Richard, let's move on. 12th sighting of something unusual. Richard Olajnizak, father of students Alicia and Sarah, 50-70. Richard then asked this investigator what information had been obtained referencing any other participants. Richard stated that while he was at Leawood Elementary waiting for information about his 2 daughters, he talked with 2 girls who came back from the school. The girls said they had seen 2 guys in the cafeteria wearing all black. There were also 2 guys who entered the main door from the parking lot. One was in black, one was in white. They said they all had guns. And if there were 2 guys on each side, would that account for all the madness and the mayhem? So if there were 4 shooters. 13, Adam Campbell Sr., document 732, walked out of school at 11:20 a.m. immediately before the shooting on April 20th, saw Harris in the parking lot with 2 or 3 other guys wearing a white t-shirt and backward baseball cap. 2 or 3 other guys. So this is seconds before the shooting. This is document 732. So a couple of curiosities about his report. He said he left the school at approximately 11:20 a.m. So of course, some people believe the shooting started between 11:14 and 11:17. Other people give closer to 11:20. I don't know if there's anybody stating much later than 11:20. Campbell stated he was walking out of the school and through the parking lot he saw nothing unusual going on, just other kids walking around. Campbell stated he saw Eric Harris when he was leaving for lunch. He stated Harris was located in the parking lot and he thought there were 2 or 3 other guys with him. So definitely not one other guy, 2 or 3 other guys. He stated Harris was wearing a white t-shirt and had on a backward baseball cap. Also, if he's not wearing a trench coat at this time, did he put it on or was it already off? And again, depending on how many other guys there are, that could be hard to tell. He stated he did not remember anything else Harris was wearing because at the time he did not think anything of it. Campbell stated as he returned to school at approximately 11:55, he saw a bunch of students in Leawood Park. He stated a female student banged on his window and told him there was a shooting at the school and not to go there. Campbell stated he had talked to Columbine High School student Jessica Cave since the shooting, and she stated she saw 10 shooters at the school. Campbell stated he had seen some of the Trenchcoat Mafia students in the school prior to the shooting, however, he did not associate with them. He had no knowledge of the shooting or he would have notified the authorities. Let's look at what Jessica Cave said in her statement. There's only a handwritten report here from an officer. August 10th, 99. At the residence. Investigation. I telephoned interviews. This officer has terrible handwriting. Jessica Cave requested to be interviewed. The mother of Columbine High School student Jessica Cave requested to be interviewed as opposed to her daughter. She told me that her family has been significantly affected by the shooting and would like to reduce amount of contact. She told me her son, David Cave, was recently admitted to a hospital for psychological reason. She reported that her son knew Eric Harris. He was his boss at Tortilla Wraps. She told me that the Columbine High School student triggered her son's psychological condition. She told me that Jessica has not been interviewed by police prior to this date. Provided the following account of Jessica Cave's on the day of April 20th. Jessica was in the Miss Williams science class when the shooting began. An unidentified student ran into the class and alerted the teacher that someone had a gun and was shooting in the school. Students went into the science room and hid. The students then went into the greenhouse room. This is where they hid until SWAT rescued them. Jessica could see outside because the room had windows, but she did not see any shooting. Jessica could also hear the gunshots and bombs. She and other students hid in the greenhouse room for about 3 to 4 hours. She reported that at 3:15, she received a call from a SWAT member and told her Jessica was safe. Jessica was then transported to the library by teacher Kiki. This is where she was reunited with her daughter. Harmon told me that Jessica did not know Harris or Klebold. She just knew who they were after seeing their photos after the shooting. So Jessica Cave's mother did not allow her to be interviewed. Curious. And is this when after the narrative was established and certain parents just wanted to protect their students from any involvement with this cover-up, if there's a cover-up at play? Very, very curious. So, moving on. 14, Matt Katzenmeyer, sophomore, 5745, saw 4 subjects carrying bags in, according to Darlene Mesh. So, Mesh was in the financial aid office, standing by a safe, counting money with the blinds to the office drawn when she heard approximately 5 pops. She shut the safe, spun the combination dial, ran into the adjacent business office. She continued past the principal's office to the art department where she looked out a window, which faces east toward the faculty parking lot. She did not see anyone in the lot, which did not seem right to her. She then ran to the band room, out the hallway, out the north doors, which led to the area of the tennis courts. So there's no time period here. Mesh saw a lot of students standing by the fence line near the tennis court. She heard a man's voice shouting that someone was shooting outside of the building and that the students began jumping the fence and running north into Clement Park. Mesh stated that she remained in the area of the park and was later picked up there by her husband approximately 1.5 hours later. Mesh advised she never saw the gunman or anything else unusual during the time period described. She stated that she had some contact with Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold in the finance office in the past, but never had problems with either student. Mesh stated that she had heard that someone had seen 4 subjects carrying bags on their backs on the day of the shooting. Mesh heard this from her supervisor, Mona Madden, who stated that the party who supposedly made this observation was student Matt Katzenmeyer. So let's look at Katzenmeyer's account, document 3424. May 3rd, Reeker did an interview with Matt Katzenmeyer at his residence. Matt did relate that he was in the cafeteria at the vending machines near the west entrance when he heard 2 shots and yelling in the parking lot, and that Sean Graves had been shot as well as another person. Matt observed 1 suspect by the west entrance of the library. This suspect was described as 6'3", with long brown hair, white male, black ski mask, and black pants with an unknown weapon. Matt then saw another male, 5'9", white male with black trench coat and a black baseball hat turned backwards, and that this person threw a pipe bomb towards the doors. Matt also observed he saw an older light green car, possibly a Buick, driving around the senior parking lot, and that it contained 1 person whom he did not know, but that the car peeled out of the parking lot when the shooting started. So there was somebody already in a car, already driving, and as soon as the shooting started, they peeled out. Is there a witness who matches that description? Matt states that he then went back into the school via the west cafeteria door and went to the auditorium, where he heard shots and then ran to the entrance by the weight rooms and then out the building to the softball field, and that a Zach Pierce came out the door yelling to run, that they are shooting at us. Matt states that he did not see the gunman come in the west door of the cafeteria. Matt related that he heard shots or explosions in the school at the same time that the 2 suspects were outside the school. Nick Goodridge stated to Matt that a person was running down the language arts hallway trying to break windows out with a pistol handle. And an unknown person stated to Matt that a person was in the main hallway at that time with a shotgun, and that Matt did not feel it was the original 2 suspects. Interesting. So there's 2 suspects outside of the school, and that there's shots, explosions in the school while the suspects are outside the school, and someone else is telling them there's also somebody running around knocking out windows with a pistol handle. Curious. Matt stated Adam Beard is a friend of the Harris and Klebold, and that he feels Beard knows more about the shooting. He also stated that a Michael Bogassi, Adam Beard, and an Oriental student known as Quintero all left school just prior to the shooting, and Matt felt this was strange. At this time, the interview was terminated. September 4th, investigator Reeker did conduct a second interview with Katzenmeyer at his residence with his grandmother present. He states the first suspect was the following description: black boots, black cargo pants, black t-shirt with writing, black trench coat, sunglasses, no hat, short and skinny with light brown hair, white male, single barrel sawed-off shotgun with an undescribed weapon. Second suspect, black boots, black pants, black trench coat, black stocking cap, and taller than the first guy with ear-length hair, unknown weapon. Katzenmeyer was shown a photo lineup. He did pick out photo number 2, which is Eric Harris. He did initial the photo. He states that at the time he observed these 2 persons, that he could hear gunshots in the upstairs area of the school. Let me repeat that again for the coincidence theorists. He also states that at the time he observed these 2 persons, that he could hear gunshots in the upstairs area of the school. And he's not the only one. No further interview. Nothing else followed up on. But all these witnesses are hallucinating, right? They're all hallucinating. All 100 plus of them. And number 15, Alicia Mayes, we already went over her account. 22,755. Saw 4 people with trench coats and guns, according to Rachel Nelson. 16, Natalie Baker, freshman, 2583, told her mother there were 2 other shooters besides Harris and Klebold. So this is actually a curious interview with Natalie Baker. So this is dated April 28th regarding the April 27th interview. So Natalie Baker, student at Columbine High, and possibly was in the cafeteria during the shooting. So, also present during this time was a friend of Natalie who identified herself as Ashley Eagleland. Ashley is also a student at Columbine and was in the school at the time of the shooting. Natalie confirmed she was in the cafeteria when the shooting broke out. She was sitting at a table identified as V on the diagram, labeled Baker. She continued to say that she was sitting with Marnie McKellen, Jenny Pollock, and Bay Gatant. Natalie related that she had placed her backpack under her chair. She advised she had a black JanSport. It contained her makeup and glasses. She continued to say at about 11:20 a.m., she noticed the janitor running back and forth and heard him say they had guns. At this point, a teacher ordered everyone in the cafeteria to get under the tables and stay down. Natalie noticed that there were shots, and while she was hiding under the tables, she noticed a male subject standing in the hall in front of the student store near the southeast corner of the cafeteria. She continued to say that the subject was wearing a black trench coat, but she could not say whether this person was armed. She did say that she did not observe this subject fire any shots. After a while, she reported that she, along with a large group of students, ran up the stairs that lead to the main level South Hall, ran out of the school by way of the main entrance of the school. Natalie said that the group ran across South Pierce Street to park on the east side of Pierce Street where they stopped. While they were there in the parking lot, a teacher told them to get down and that they, the suspects, were coming. However, nothing else happened. Natalie reported that she did not observe any type of large duffel or gym-type bag in the cafeteria when she arrived, nor did she see anyone carry such an item into the cafeteria while she was there. She continued to say that she did not know the person she saw at the cafeteria entrance near the student store. Natalie reported that she heard the subject at the southeast entrance to the cafeteria say, "Anyone wearing a white hat is gonna die," but she did not hear this herself. So I guess she's reporting someone else stated that to her. Natalie stated that she had heard nothing about the incident before it occurred. She said she knew nothing about anyone bringing guns or bombs into school, nor had she heard anything about anyone making bombs. At this point, Natalie glances at Eagleland. Natalie continued to say that she does not know anyone associated with the Trenchcoat Mafia other than seeing them in school. At the end of the interview with Natalie, Deborah Baker said to Ashley, "You saw them, didn't you?" Ashley acknowledges that she had seen two of the shooters, so I began an interview with Ashley. Okay, I spoke to Deborah Baker on April 28th by phone. She reported that Natalie had told her when she picked Natalie up after the incident that there had been possibly two other shooters other than Harris and Klebold, but Natalie did not know them. She continued to say that Natalie had told me was the same that had been related to her. Ms. Baker also states that the statements made by Ashley Eagleland was the same thing that she had been told by Ashley, and that she had cautioned Ashley that before she repeated the story, that Ashley should be darn sure it was true, since it was a very serious accusation. Okay, so let's look at Ashley Eagleland's report, document 5247, serious accusations. Document, so this is dated April 28th regarding an April 27th interview. So this was the same interview with Natalie Baker, but at the same time. And so Natalie's mother, Debbie Baker, asked the second subject, "Ashley, you saw them too." At this time, the second female subject identified herself as Ashley Eagleland, a 9th grader at Columbine High. Ashley stated that she was in the gym area with a gym class when they heard shots coming down the area from the area of the library. Ashley said that she walked to the north corridor from the gym corridor. At this time, she met a girl she knows only as Lacey, who was running toward her to the east. Lacey was shouting, "They've got guns and are shooting people." At this time, Ashley stated that she observed two male subjects coming around the corner of the library hall into the north hall. Ashley advised both subjects were armed. According to Ashley, as soon as both subjects saw her and Lacey, they started shooting at them. Ashley said that they both ran back down the gym hall and into the gym. There, they hid in a small room off the gym for a short period of time, then exited the building by way of the weight room. Ashley said that the class ran across the school grounds into Clement Park. Ashley estimated that she was 15 to 20 feet from the males when they started shooting at her. According to Ashley, both males were talking and laughing amongst themselves. She advised that when the males noticed her and Lacey, they said nothing before they started shooting. Ashley advised that when they first encountered the males, she got the impression that they had just shot another girl by the way they were talking. One said to the other, "Good job, guys." That's weird. If there's only two of them, why is one saying to the other, "Good job, guys"? Huh. And they started laughing. Ashley identified the shooters as Eric Harris and Redacted. According to Ashley, Redacted was dressed in a white shirt with a black trench coat over it. She said that Morris was armed. So this is Chris Morris she identified, and they forgot to redact his name here. She said that Morris was armed with a handgun while Harris was armed with a shotgun. Ashley said that she was not sure about Redacted's identity until her sister Heather, showed her a Columbine yearbook. She saw his picture in the book. Ashley is sure the two shooters she observed were Eric Harris and Redacted Morris. Ashley advised that she had not been in the cafeteria prior to the shooting and knew nothing about the duffel bags in the cafeteria. Ashley said she had told her parents about the shooting, but she had not been contacted by anyone in law enforcement before April 27th. She did advise that she had done several interviews with Channel 7. Here's a May 6th interview. This is document 5250. The following is a history on how witness Ashley Engeland is familiar with Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris, and Redacted. Dylan Klebold has seen Dylan with Eric Harris on several occasions around school, involved in the video filming for the Rebel News Network. Dylan came into her science class with Eric Harris and asked Miss Hyatt how she wanted her webpage designed, or words to that effect. Has seen Dylan around school several occasions in a trench coat and was pointed out by her friends as Dylan. Recognizes Dylan as having a broader nose, taller, and not as scrawny as Chris Morris. And of course, why would she be relating to this Chris Morris if she did not identify Chris Morris? Eric Harris has seen Eric Harris about 10 times around school wearing a trench coat. Eric came into her science class with Dylan Klebold and asked Miss Wyatt how she wanted her webpage designed, or words to that effect. Has seen Eric with Dylan Klebold on several occasions around the school, involving in the filming for Rebel News Network. Ran into Eric and Chris Morris in the hall several months ago. Ashley remembers saying sorry to Eric, and Eric said don't worry about it. Described Eric as being nice about bumping into her, whereas Chris Morris told me to watch where you're going, you expletive. Eric and Chris had on trench coats. Chris Morris had on his typical black beret and his sunglasses. Ashley is friends with Katie Thompson and had been with Katie when she was talking to Eric Harris. Ashley stated that Eric was going to ask Katie Thompson to the prom, but never did to her knowledge. Ashley stated that she had been with other friends that have pointed Eric out to her while at school. Ashley stated that she had mutual friends of Eric Harris. She stated that these friends having bowling class with Eric Harris and therefore know him. Okay, now we have a whole bunch of redacted. I'm assuming this is Chris Morris because this was she was talking about before. So a whole paragraph redacted here. Then we have has seen Redacted interviewing students for the Rebel News Network. She specifically remembers him interviewing students about the Denver Broncos. Has seen Redacted about 4 or 5 times. Maybe this... Okay, recognizes Redacted as having glasses and generally described as shorter and scrawnier than Dylan Klebold. Okay, so maybe this is not Chris Morris. Chris Morris is 6'4", Klebold is 6'3". Ashley stated that she saw Redacted about 2 weeks before the April 20th incident. She stated that she was with Natalie Baker, Kelsey Fowler, when she observed the following. Redacted and another unidentified white male were in the same hall about 10 or 15 feet farther to the west. Redacted and this other male had on black trench coats. The two males were walking east down the hall while 2 other white males were filming them with a video camera. She can only identify those 2 filming males as member of the AV Tech Room and the Rebel News Network. Huh. Shorter and scrawnier than Klebold. Could that be Dykeman? Or is this maybe Eric Vike? Dykeman or Vike, possibly Dykeman. Lacey stated, okay, so gunman number 1, gunman number 2. So gunman number 1, white male, about 6 feet tall with a nondescript build, dirty blonde hair, 1 inch long on top, sort of like a spike. Was not wearing anything on his head. No facial hair, no glasses. No hat. Had on a black trench coat about 2 or 3 inches above the top of his boots. Black boots, black t-shirt, but it could have been something over a shirt, like a shirt over a shirt. Nothing printed on the shirt. That's curious. So did some of these guys wear 2 shirts and take one off at some point? The black trench coat was open in the front, and the pockets of the coat were bulging with something. Gunman number 1 looked sort of fat around the middle, and it could have been what he was wearing. Huh. Or is that a Robert Perry? Chris Morris, maybe? Pants were dark, could have been camouflage type, either dark brown or dark green. Feels that there was some light color in the pants, but cannot describe further. Carrying long gun about 25 inches long and black, showed the investigator how gun number 1 carried the long gun in both arms. He was a right-handed individual. Shot the doors and lockers about 10 or 20 times rapidly, smiling and laughing as he walked down the hall. Gunman number 1 did not make eye contact with witness Egeland, did not have gloves on. Ashley Egeland stated that she recognized gunman number 1 as Eric Harris. Okay. Gunman number 2. Wow, this can't be Chris Morris. White male, about 5'8", described as same size as me, Ashley, with a scrawny body and glasses. Reading glasses, nondescript, not sunglasses. Huh. I mean, Chris Morris does wear glasses, but he's 6'4". Unless, of course, she felt the distance was off. I don't know. Dark brown hair below the ears, curled at the back. Ashley showed me with her hair and was referring to the lateral edges of the back. Wearing a white shirt, possibly a white t-shirt with nothing on it that she could tell. Did not have any type of a hat on. So gunman number 1 is Eric Harris. Gunman number 2 is only 5'8". About Eric Harris's height. But she described gunman number 1, Eric Harris, as about 6 feet tall. So the second gunman is shorter than Eric Harris? I'm not following if she's saying this is Chris Morris. Also, Klebold has a black shirt, but she's saying this gunman number 2 has a white shirt. Did not have any type of hat on. Black trench coat went halfway down to his calf. Did not feel there was anything bulging from his pockets. Black boots with a heel, wearing dark pants, maybe dark camouflage. Nothing in his hands, nothing on his hands, carrying a black handgun in his left hand. The gun looked similar to this investigator's semi-automatic versus a revolver that Ashley was familiar with, carrying nothing in his right hand, laughing as he was walking. Ashley stated that gunman number 2 made eye contact with her. Shot about the same number of times as Eric Harris. Ashley Egeland stated that she recognized gunman number 2 as redacted. She stated neither student had any bags with them. She said she was stunned when she ran around the corner. It feels like she looked at them for about 15 seconds. So that seems like a pretty good look. Ashley stated when she got home that day, she told her sister Heather, a senior at Columbine High, and her father about redacted. She stated that her sister challenged her about redacted actually being Dylan. Ashley stated that she said, no, Dylan has a broader nose and doesn't wear glasses like redacted does. Ashley stated that Heather got the yearbook out and they looked up redacted, to which she said, that's him. Miss Egeland confirmed this conversation. Ashley stated that she is sure it was redacted. She stated that it was not Dylan Klebold. Let me read that again for the coincidence theorists. She stated that it definitely was not Dylan Klebold. So again, if people are unsure, fog of war, whatever, what would you expect them to say? I couldn't really tell. Not make definitive IDs. This investigator talked to Ashley and her mother at great length about the identification, and Ashley stated she is 99.9% sure it was redacted. She stated that she understood that nobody else has mentioned his name, but that redacted was the one shooting at me. And of course, the investigator is lying to her when she's telling her nobody else mentioned these names, because all these other names, Chris Morris, Robert Perry, Brian Sargent, Joe Stair, were named by multiple witnesses. Not just one or two, many witnesses, dozens of witnesses. And this investigator is telling her nobody else mentioned his name in attempting to gaslight her. Also, in the report, I have attached Detective Steffi's report, dated April 27th, regarding a similar interview with Egeland. Detective Steffs did state that he forgot to include in the report that Ashley mentioned redacted as wearing glasses at the time of the shooting. So was Dylan Klebold not wearing glasses at the time of the shooting? I mean, this is so tragic and sad to read in in these, just basically these teenage kids' handwriting. I mean, she's got an attached statement here that she signed, I, Ashley Eagleland, recognized Eric Harris and redacted in the hall while I was by the gymnasium shooting at me and other people. So she wrote this in typical teenage handwriting, and it's just so sad that she even had to write this, that these individuals were shooting guns at her. I mean, we're going over all these nitty-gritty details, but it's so sad on a whole nother level. The fact that this event even occurred is just so unnecessary. Here's the follow-up interview, October 7th. In reference to her observation and identification of Redacted being one of the gunmen at Columbine High School on April 20th, 1999. Also present during the interview were Ashley's parents, Richard and Sharon, and her sister, Heather. I questioned Ashley about the statement she made to Agent Tim Steffes when he interviewed on her April 27th. During the interview, Ashley told Agent Steffes that she was not sure of Redacted's identity until she was shown a Columbine yearbook, at which time she picked Redacted out of the book as one of the shooters involved. She also reiterated that she was positive the other gunman she saw at the high school was Eric Harris. You know what's weird, though? The coincidence theorists maintain witnesses are not reliable, yet for some reason they're reliable when what they see match the official narrative. So her identification of Eric Harris, reliable. Her identification of Redacted, not reliable. I mean, this is the logical inconsistency of silly coincidence theorists. Again, I am not claiming anyone was there or not there, or involved or not involved. I wasn't there. I didn't see who was there. So I have no way of knowing, but I'm not going to pretend and hallucinate. I know for sure which witnesses are accurate and which are not. I showed Ashley Agent Steffi's report, at which time she confirmed that it wasn't until she saw the yearbook that she positively identified Redacted as the other gunman. I referred Ashley back to the interview she had with Dan Fanastial on May 6th, at which time she told investigator Fanastial that the two gunmen she saw inside Columbine were Eric Harris and Redacted. I asked Ashley if she believes she could have made a mistake on her identification of Redacted. She told me she did not believe she made a misidentification. Ashley was told that during the course of the investigation that Redacted had been contacted by the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office and interviewed at great length. I explained to Ashley that we had learned through our investigation that Redacted had left Columbine High School prior to the shooting incident and was off campus when the incident occurred. So who was there that left? Was that Brian Sargent? Are we talking about Brian Sargent here? Huh. At this point, I showed Ashley a timeline that was prepared in reference to Redacted's activities on April 20th. I went over the timeline with Ashley and had her read through the timeline. After Ashley finished, she handed the timeline back to me and said, with the information you're providing me, it looks like I made a mistake, but she told me in her mind she believed that Redacted was still the individual that she saw in Columbine High School with Eric Harris. So she refused to be gaslit. But she acknowledged that with the information you're providing me, she said, if the information is accurate, then it looks like she made a mistake, but her memory is her memory. She's not going to change her memory just because the investigator's trying to gaslight her. I mean, she could be talking about Chris Morris, though, because apparently he attended his third period government economics class taught by Mr. Tonelli. He did not attend his fourth period acting class, left Columbine at 10:20 a.m. So even if this apparently was verified by several witnesses who reported seeing Chris drive from the school in a red compact car. So they saw him drive away at 10:20 a.m. Now, did he come back in another vehicle? Did he come back not in a vehicle? Nobody knows that. So what witnesses did confirm that he left. His alibi is, of course, his buddy, Corey Friesen, fellow Trenchcoat Mafia member. So what to make of that alibi, I don't know. Okay. 11:45 a.m., Chris called Jeffco County Sheriff's Office and spoke with investigator Tom Asierno. Chris was calling from the Friesens' home. I assume this was corroborated, unless this story was fabricated if Chris Morris got some kind of immunity, they fabricated that. But that's 11:45. Is that enough time to do some shooting between 11:20 and 11:30? How long does it take to get to Friesens' home? I don't know. I don't know if that was checked out. I provided Ashley with some still photographs, 44, 47, 52, 53. Those photos were recovered from the time-lapse cameras in the cafeteria. The photographs depict Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold. At which time, I asked Ashley if these were the two individuals that she saw in Columbine High School. Ashley immediately confirmed that she saw Eric Harris, but told me she did not see Dylan Klebold, telling me again that she believed the second gunman was redacted, possibly Chris Morris. I went over information we had obtained through additional witnesses that were in the same area where Ashley was at, telling her that several other witnesses positively identified Eric and Dylan as being the two armed gunmen. At this time, I again asked Ashley if she made a mistake in her identification of redacted. Again, Ashley told me that it was possible, but still believed that redacted was the other gunman she saw at school that day. I mean, see, this is someone who's being honest, but refusing to be gaslit. So she's admitting she could be wrong, but she refuses to change her memory because she believes she saw what she saw. In reference to investigator Fanenstile's report, Ashley stated that she was with a student known to her by the first name of Lacey. I asked Ashley if she could provide any additional information on helping us identify Lacey, telling her that we have been unable to identify the person through interviews we conducted. Ashley told me she believes that the student's name was Lacey, telling me she thinks Lacey moved because she has not been there so far this school year. This report is October 8th, 99. Nothing further here. So this is someone who's being polite, who's admitting they might be mistaken, and she's clearly shown photos of Dylan in the cafeteria. She's saying that's not the guy she saw. She believes she saw, I'm guessing, Chris Morris here. We went over Jennifer Tyndall's account before, 1226, 2 suspects, neither of which were Harris and Klebold. 18th account, Ryan Ezzy, sophomore, document 2967, saw 4 people outside with hats on backwards. On document 2612, he says he saw at least 4 parties dressed in black standing calmly when others were running by the school library. That's curious. So these people aren't doing shooting, but they don't seem to be bothered by everybody running in a panic. Is that because they know something? So let's look at Ryan Ezzy's account here. I saw 4 kids standing outside, dressed in black, with hats on backwards. I couldn't see who they were. I was too far away. See, again, we have an honest witness here. He's not claiming to make IDs he can't make. Regarding the question here, the questionnaire, Team 4 interview guidelines. Did you see Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold either Monday or Tuesday? And he said, don't think so. Again, he could not identify these individuals. They didn't seem interested in doing any kind of follow-up interviews with this guy. So also document 2612 says that Ryan Ezzy ran upstairs, walked toward library, saw holes in the library window, saw at least 4 parties, at least, so possibly more, standing calmly when others were running, hid in office. Curious. That's a curious observation. 19th account, not matching the official narrative. Jordan Grimm, freshman, 22-432. According to Jordan's aunt, he saw Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold and 2 others together outside the school just before the incident began. The other thing that's curious is a lot of students might be afraid to tell police what they saw, or they don't want to get involved, but they told their friends, and the friends reported it to the police. And is that why we have so many conflicting accounts here? Because in Jordan Grimm's interview, he doesn't mention any of this. But according to Jordan's aunt, he saw Harris and Klebold, 2 others, just outside the school just before the incident began. This is document 22-432. It's a curious document. So this lead sheet received info from a parent, Debbie Dooley, that a student, Jordan, last name possible Grimm, observed Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, and 2 other students, and redacted, at school together, outside just before the incident began. Debbie Dooley was told this by Jordan's aunt, Leslie Black, who said Jordan is afraid to come forward and does not get along with police. Wow, that's curious. So Jordan did not tell this to police. He didn't even mention it. And according to the document we have on Jordan, the police didn't even ask. Huh. That's weird. And apparently there's a redacted part of that too. 2 other students, comma, redacted, comma, at school together. Weird. Weird. The truth is not afraid of investigation, so why are there so many issues, so many redacted So many missing documents, sealed documents that possibly will never be released. If there was a cover-up, conspiracy and cover-up, is this what it would look like? Number 20, John Spallinger, document 1176, Clement Park maintenance worker. A majority of students Spallinger helped informed him there had been a trenchcoat mafia gang shooting over at the high school and that there were 4 shooters involved. Let's look at Spallinger's account, 1176. First heard gunfire that morning and observed approximately 10 to 12 students running towards his maintenance building. Spallinger began assisting those students climb over the chain link fence which separated Clement Park from Columbine High School. While assisting the students, Spallinger believed he heard more gunfire and rounds going over their heads, to include his own. Spallinger placed the students inside his maintenance facility for safekeeping. A majority of the students Spallinger helped informed him there had been a trenchcoat mafia gang shooting over at the high school and that there were 4 shooters involved. One of the shooters was described as a tall white male with a white shirt. Tall male with a white shirt. Dylan Klebold's according to the official narrative, he's the tall male of the two, but he's wearing a black shirt. That's weird. It's kind of weird. The students were initially at the soccer football fields, advised Spangler that when one of the Trenchcoat Mafia gang members had dropped his coat, they observed him carrying a gun, and that was when they began running towards Clement Park. Just another curiosity. Now here's something interesting. I don't know if I've heard this talked about before. This is really, really bizarre. 21. Thornton North Glen PD SWAT team. El Paso report 934. At 11:35 p.m. Let me repeat that. 11:35 p.m. on April 20th. So this is 12 hours after the shooting. The team enters Columbine High School for another search. Quote, we were advised that 2 suspects, in parentheses, shooters, might still be in the school, end quote. I would like to know why they thought that and what prompted that secondary search. Also, it kind of makes more sense now why they were telling, when the SWAT evacuated everybody, they told them to put their hands on their head or they will be shot. And then so many students were also patted down. Did they feel that all of the additional gunmen were now going to pose as students after the initial mayhem was over? Also, it doesn't make sense. If they truly believed there were 8 or more shooters, is that why they didn't want to go into the school? They thought the casualties would be higher with that many shooters? What info did they have that they did not relay to the public? So let's look at the El Paso report, 9-34. So here's this document which pretty much just states what was stated earlier. The mission assigned to our SWAT team was to work jointly and in cooperation with the other SWAT teams on scene. When given the order to enter Columbine High, we were to conduct a slow and very methodical search in hopes of finding any possible survivors, to address any casualty first aid needs, to record the location of any fatalities encountered, to record the location of all unexploded ordnance bombs and exploded ordnance not previously tagged, and finally to report and engage with any hostiles we may encounter. We were advised that 2 suspects, in parentheses shooters, might still be in the school. Who advised them of this at this time? The event timeline here. This is weird. This is 11:30 p.m. They're advised that 2 suspect shooters might still be in the school. Weird. So who knows why SWAT thought there were more shooters in the building at 11:35 p.m. However, after all the police arrived, so if there were other Trenchcoat Mafia members from either other schools or possibly also from Columbine or whomever, other associates, so to speak, it's possible they got out if this was all done within minutes. But what about if there were more shooters or accomplices who weren't shooters or whoever, handlers or just other individuals who were not students and not victims, and they were affiliated with shooters in some capacity, they wouldn't have been able to get out unseen, would they? Did they hide in the school for these 12 hours and somehow somebody spotted 1 or 2 of them, or there was a tip that they were still hiding and they're false or not? Maybe it was a false tip, who knows? But or just inaccurate in some way. So we don't know. Littleton PO Mike Iman advised, quote, there were possibly 4 suspects in the school, end quote. This is document 8670. 23rd reference here in over 100 references, not matching the official narrative. Nate Dykeman, senior trenchcoat mafia associate, said, yes, there were 2 more people in the school with handguns, but they decided to bail. Eric and Dylan went through with it. The other 2 did not. And I believe this was from the email that I went over before. I believe so. So these rumors were persistent. Nate Dykeman knows all of these parties. So again, I don't know if this was verified to be his email that stated this, but if it did, then this was his opinion that I guess he was not necessarily comfortable stating. And of course, we went over Dykeman's account here. Dykeman also volunteered that he saw Klebold give at least $100 in $20 bills to Phil Duran around the end of January 99. This is document 10,695. So some would say he's trying to be helpful. Now, would he also do this? There's a huge redacted section here. So Dykeman saw a whole sentence redacted. This is 10,696. This occurred in the garage of Klebold's residence. Klebold related to Dykeman that he had been another whole sentence redacted. And then another sentence redacted later. Then on 10,697, Dykeman advised that Chris Morris may be able to provide more information about Harris and Klebold's recent activities. Dykeman also believed Harris was under the care of a mental health professional and may have been on medication for an unknown mental illness. And of course, there's the medication angle of all of these school shootings, which we're not going to go into now, but some believe that has not been addressed enough. So in a questionnaire here, so he actually took a polygraph, which is curious. Now, I don't know, let's look at the deception markers here, but 10,701 document, it asks, are you going to be completely truthful on this test? As if he was going to say no. He said yes. Are you aware this test concerns what happened at the school yesterday? Yes. Prior to this week, have you ever lied to an authority figure? He stated no. Now, that's a funny question, because does that give him an out for lying now? But on the other hand, are we really to believe that any kid out there, I mean, 99% of kids have lied to an authority figure in some way. I mean, a parent is an authority figure, right? I mean, unless they're saying a police officer, but they didn't say that. They said authority figure. Prior to this week, have you ever lied to an authority figure? He said no. Did you help Dylan and Eric yesterday? No. Before yesterday, did you ever lie to get out of trouble? No. That doesn't even say lie to who. I mean, it could be a friend to get out of trouble, a teacher, whatever. Did you help plan what Eric and Dylan did yesterday? No. Are you afraid people will blame you for what happened? He stated no. Curious. Even though he got out of Dodge. So here's curious. I can't believe this is still in the document. It wasn't redacted. This is document 10,702. So there's 2 questions here. Did you help Dylan and Eric yesterday? His response was no. Did you help plan what Eric and Dylan did yesterday? His response was no. Now here is the opinion of the examiner. It is the opinion of the examiner that Dykeman was deceptive when responding to these relevant questions. Let me repeat those questions again for the coincidence theorists. Did you help Dylan and Eric yesterday? His response was no. Did you help plan what Eric and Dylan did yesterday? His response was no. Again, the opinion of the examiner is that Dykeman was deceptive in responding to those 2 questions. When confronted with his deceptive responses, Dykeman admitted he was withholding information from the investigators. He said he had not been completely truthful because he was afraid that he would be arrested for not reporting this information earlier. Dykeman provided information relating to the explosives and firearms acquired by the gunman, which is contained in the enclosed FD-302. So what's weird, though, I guess you could interpret help as, I don't know. See, this is clearly help in the shooting. I mean, he didn't really help them acquire fire. Just because he knew about them wanting to acquire, that's not the same thing as helping. That's did you have knowledge of. So I don't know. Do we buy that explanation there? In his April 20th interview, as stated in document 10,703, Dykeman stated he had no knowledge of, nor did he participate in the planning or execution of the shootings at Columbine High School. Actually, the date of this transcription is dated April 26th. There's no date of the interview, though. So they're asking about the 20th. It doesn't say on the 20th. The date here is the 26th. It said investigation on the 21st. So does that mean this occurred on the 21st? Either way, he stated that he had no knowledge of, nor did he participate in planning or execution on April 20th. He stated he was at his residence at the time of the shooting and watched the events that unfolded from his house. He was friends with the two identified shooters and considered Klebold as one of his best friends. Dykeman stated he worked at Blackjack Pizza along with Harris, Klebold, Christopher Morris, and Phil Duran until April 1st, 1999. Dykeman recalled an incident in late January or early February 1999. He observed Klebold hand Duran a large sum of money behind the Blackjack Pizza shop. Dykeman stated he thought Klebold was buying drugs from Duran and began to harass Klebold about the exchange, as Dykeman is very much against drugs. Dykeman stated that after constant harassment about the money, Klebold told Dykeman that the money was not for drugs, but that he, Klebold, had purchased a gun or guns from Duran. Dykeman remembered the total amount of money was $200 to $300, and he believed that Duran sold Klebold a shotgun and pistol. Klebold never told Dykeman what he had planned on using the weapons for. Okay. And then he described Duran. Dykeman stated he was willing to cooperate in this investigation and would volunteer further details about his knowledge of the people that may or may not be involved in the shootings at Columbine High School. At least that's proper phrasing there, because we don't know. Dykeman also disclosed information about the bomb making, being present during a lot of this. However, he said that they did not build weapons together. Dykeman stated Chris Morris also knew about the explosives and weapons and was present when they tested them behind the Blackjack Pizza. Okay. Dykeman believed Duran was a tag-along and the main gun supplier was Mark Maines. Dykeman was really in the know about all this stuff, huh? Dykeman stated he saw the sawed-off shotgun Klebold purchased at Klebold's house. Dykeman stated he was in the limo with Klebold prom night with Morris, Markham, Epling, Setchler, Anderson, and Setchler's boyfriend name unknown. Dykeman stated Harris showed up at the after-prom and was in a normal mood. Dykeman stated Klebold and Harris left the after-prom approximately 2:30 a.m. He stated he did not know where they went. Dykeman does not remember seeing them again or Klebold's date Anderson. He stated Morris did not leave the after-prom with Harris and Klebold because he remembered seeing Morris after the two had left. Dykeman stated he and Epling remained at the after-prom until approximately 4 a.m., went to the mountains to watch the sunrise, and then returned to Epling's house. Dykeman stated Harris and Klebold were not in any of their classes on the day of the shooting. He said the last time he saw either of them was before he left school. He stated the last time he saw either of them before he left school was on the 19th. He saw Harris and Klebold after fourth period, and they seemed normal on the 19th, not the 20th. Dykeman said he did not know of any gathering at the Outback restaurant, so he could not help with that. He stated if they went to dinner, they did not invite him. Dykeman said if there was a dinner, Morris, Markham, Duran, Harris, Klebold, and Anderson might have been the people at it. Dykeman stated he was at school on the day of the shooting, but left just before it actually started. He stated he always goes home for lunch and remembered leaving at approximately 11:20 a.m. See, I don't know. Is this too coincidental that all these people are leaving within minutes or seconds of when the shooting started? Because they also know they could be spotted leaving. Why is he saying he was home at the time of the shooting? The shooting was between, 11:17 a.m. and 11:20 something a.m. and he said he's leaving at 11:20. That does not place him at home at the time the shooting begins. He stated he does not eat lunch every day with Klebold and Harris. He stated he goes to his house and Epling always goes to her house. And of course, I'm sure that could be verified, right? He stated he has only a couple minutes to eat and he has to get back to school. Dykeman stated he left through the west. I mean, does that seem logical? So him and his girlfriend do not want to eat together. They each go to their own house to eat, and they only have a couple minutes by the time they have to come back to the school. I don't know. Does this sound like a normal high school couple? I don't know. I'm not saying they're lying, obviously. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I don't know. There's something off. There's something seems a little off about that. I don't know. Dykeman stated he left through the west doors of the school and walked down the dirt path next to the school. He stated he did not see anyone wearing a trench coat throughout the morning, nor did he see anyone outside the west doors. Dykeman stated his car was parked near Harris and Klebold's vehicles, however, neither of their cars were there, which is weird because other witnesses place Harris and several other trench-coated individuals at his vehicle at approximately 11:20 a.m., the same time Dykeman is stating he's leaving. Does this not seem strange to anybody? I don't know, and the coincidence theories could really have a field day with this case. I mean, it's just astonishing. It's absolutely astonishing. Where are the security cameras? Apparently there was a security camera outdoor. I don't know exactly where on the building it was, but it did exist. So I mean that was verified by somebody. I'll be getting into that later. There's a number of cameras, so there might not have been a camera in the actual library. Again, that's disputed, but it is stated in multiple sources that there were cameras elsewhere. Okay, so the other thing that's kind of weird, those that think Harris and Klebold had something to do with the cameras being shut down, why would they shut them down? And if they were going to shut them down, how come they didn't shut down the cafeteria one? If they're after fame and all of this stuff, notoriety for the shooting, and they want to be remembered forever, why would they disable the system? They would want it to record them. On the other hand, if there's multiple shooters or some kind of other operation going on, they wouldn't want that known, especially if they're looking to blame exclusively Harris and Klebold. Even if they're responsible, they're looking to place the blame only on them and not other individuals who may or may not have been involved, in which case it makes sense that they would want to sabotage the security system. Okay, so he did not see anyone wearing a trench coat throughout the morning, nor did he see anyone outside the west doors. Dykeman stated his vehicle was parked next to Harris and Klebold's. However, neither of their cars were there. So he's stating Harris and Klebold's vehicles were not in their spots at approximately 11:20 a.m., when many witnesses, even as early as, I think, as 11:14 to 11:17 a.m., people reported some of the witnesses actually said they were looking at their watch. So it was within seconds of that time. Even if their watch is, let's say, a little off, if the trench-coated individuals begin shooting at 11:17 a.m. or even 11:20 on the dot a.m., I mean, if Dykeman is mistaken even by a minute, even by a few minutes, it still doesn't line up. He stated as he was driving out of the parking lot, he saw Harris walking from the area of the junior parking lot towards the south cafeteria doors. He stated Harris was wearing a black trench coat and carrying a small black bag in his hand. He stated Harris had the small bag before in school and it contained his CD Walkman and other regular possessions. He stated he did not speak to Harris and that Harris was alone. Dykeman stated he did not see Klebold. Dykeman stated when he was returning to school, he came across a roadblock at Columbine and Pierce, and again at Pierce and Walker. He stated that the police had both intersections blocked, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. He stated it was approximately 11:40 a.m., and he saw kids being routed out of the area. And I'm just going to interject another point here. If Dykeman did get immunity for his cooperation and helping him nail Duran and Maines and those individuals that were responsible for supplying them with the guns, if they granted him immunity, he wouldn't ever really have to tell the truth. Again, that doesn't mean he was a shooter in any way. But if he was maybe walking, maybe he was, again, I've postulated this, maybe some of these trenchcoat mafia member guys, they were just acting tough, and sure, they might have wanted to beat some people up and make them scared. They never wanted to actually kill anybody, and maybe they were trying to talk Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold out of it. When that failed, they told police they wouldn't want police to know that, because the police would obviously think the police would think they were complicit if they were hanging around these shooters while they were shooting people and didn't physically stop them. Even though, I mean, if they're fearing for their life and they think Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold are going to shoot them if they physically try to stop them, but maybe they were just hanging around and watching. I don't know. Again, it's impossible. Unless you were there, you don't know. Coincidence theorists love to pretend to know and have blind faith in the idiot box, but how often does the idiot box narrative actually turn out to be completely accurate? Dykeman said he saw Jen Harmon and he asked her what was going on. Harmon stated 2 kids in trench coats were shooting up the school. Dykeman stated he did not want to believe it was Harris and Klebold, but he thought it might be. He stated both of them had been acting strange for the last few months, but Klebold had been making future plans to move to Phoenix. and attend school, not to shoot up the school. Dykeman stated he returned home, called Klebold's father. He stated Klebold's father had no idea what was going on at the school. Klebold's father told Dykeman something like, "Oh my God," and left the phone to see if Dylan's coat was in the house. Dykeman stated Klebold's father returned to the phone and stated the coat was not there. See, this whole conversation does make it seem like Dykeman most likely was not involved as a shooter. Why would he call? Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. He seems like he was really concerned. Now, does that mean he knew things that he hasn't disclosed out of guilt or whatever? But he seems to be trying to do the right thing at this point in time. Dykeman stated Klebold's father became extremely upset, and Dykeman began to cry while talking to the reporting agent. Dykeman stated he could still, again, so he's crying here when guys like Joe Stair are just smiling all over the place. Just a little bit of contrast there, just saying. Also, some of the other Trenchcoat Mafia members just didn't seem that upset at all, and if those accounts about gloating and smiling after the fact, if those are true. But here, Dykeman is responding differently, and then we also see Brooks Brown respond differently, and then also Eric Vike responds quite differently than the rest of them. What that means, again, I'm not pretending to know, just pointing out the differences here. Dykeman stated he still could not believe Klebold had something to do with the shooting, and Harris must have had something on him to cause him to participate. He could not believe Klebold shot himself. Dykeman stated he could not believe Klebold could have kept this secret, and Dykeman felt he should have done something to help Klebold. Again, this is a different narrative than the other Trenchcoat Mafia members, who I don't remember them saying anything of the like. Just that they either were surprised or not surprised or whatever. He's saying he's saying he felt he should have done something to help Klebold. Dykeman was asked about his knowledge of Brooks Brown, Chris Morris, and Robert Perry. He stated Chris Morris was probably Harris's friend, but he did not know if Morris knew about the shooting. He stated Brooks Brown was never part of the group, and he is a compulsive liar. So now we have yet another individual blowing the whistle on Brooks Brown. The principal, all these other people, Eric Harris's father. It seems a lot of people believe that Brooks Brown was a compulsive liar and cannot be trusted in any way. Dykeman was also asked if he had ever dyed his hair blonde or knew anyone in school as tall as him with dyed blonde punk hair, and Dykeman is 6'2". He stated he has never dyed his hair, and the only kid that he has seen recently dyed his hair blonde is Brooks Brown. Huh. But he didn't have his hair dyed the day after. Did he have his hair dyed the day after, or is he referring to like a week or two prior? But Brooks Brown is 6'5". He stated Brown would change his hair often. Dykeman stated no one he knows likes Brooks Brown. Wow. So he doesn't know anybody who likes Brooks Brown, and he stated that Brooks Brown is a compulsive liar, but he's also not implicating him. That's very important here. He doesn't like Brooks Brown. He said Brooks Brown is a compulsive liar that can't be trusted about anything, but he said Brooks Brown is not a part of the group. Curious. Dykeman stated that Robert Perry was a weird guy in school that none of the previously mentioned people hung out with. He stated Perry was strange. Now, if Dykeman was busy with his girlfriend, as he admitted the past few months, he might have not known that, but there's a lot of witnesses that place all these individuals with Robert Perry as well. Dykeman was asked who La Vida X was, and he may have stated it was a screen name that he or Klebold may have used. He doesn't remember if he or Klebold used it. He stated Harris had a nickname for everyone, and Dykeman's was Devilman. Dykeman stated he thought it was stupid, and Harris was the only one that used it. Dykeman was asked if he had ever sent any threatening email. He stated he was really mad at Devin Adams and may have sent her some bad email. Wow, Dykeman looks like he is being honest about that. Dykeman could not remember what it said, but stated he was mad at her because she was saying things to get Klebold in trouble. Adams is Zach Heckler's girlfriend. Dykeman stated he has never been on a rebel mission and stated he does not know what it is. He stated he thinks NBK stands for Natural Born Killers. He stated Natural Born Killers is a movie title of a film, and it was one of Harris's favorites. You know, a lot of people think it's very suspicious that Dykeman got out of town. But, you know, it's problematic. The whole narrative is problematic. But did he get out of town because he didn't want the situation obviously so psychologically traumatic. If he's 100% innocent, obviously he still might want to get out of town. He might not want to, especially, and if he suspects that other individuals might have helped Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, perhaps even more the reason to get out of Dodge. And he seemed to have fully cooperated with law enforcement authorities, more so than the others anyway. Here's a curiosity, though, in this follow-up document. It seems like Dykeman might not have been given immunity. Let's look at document 10,715. On the dates indicated, the following investigation was conducted by Special Agent Mark Holstlaw, Denver FBI. On February 23rd, 2000, so this is the following year, February 23rd, almost a full year, Nathan Dykeman, current residence in Florida, was telephonically contacted and advised he was requested to take a polygraph exam concerning his possible involvement in the Columbine high school shootings on April 1999. Wow. So almost a full year later, they want a third polygraph for some reason. What caused this February 23rd, 2000 request? Dykeman advised he would discuss the matter with his father, Matt Dykeman, and get back to the FBI with an answer. Dykeman also advised that on January 20th, he had been in contact over the internet with an individual using the email address of this particular email. Dykeman's internet service provider was Juno. Dykeman later ascertained that this email address belonged to a Sarah Harris. Harris informed Dykeman she had previously talked with Dylan Klebold over the internet prior to the Columbine high school shootings. Harris informed Dykeman she would contact him later using a new email address. Dykeman agreed to keep the FBI appraised of his conversations with Harris. On February 24th, 2000, Matt Dykeman telephonically contacted the FBI. I like how they don't called the FBI. Telephonically contacted the FBI and expressed concerns about why his son was being requested to take another polygraph exam. After explaining to Dykeman why his son was being offered another polygraph, he agreed to talk the matter over with his son and get back with the FBI concerning his son's decision. On March 7th, 2000, Nathan Dykeman was telephonically contacted and advised Special Agent Holstlaw that since he already subjected himself to 2 polygraph examinations, he would not agree to a third one. Dykeman advised that the first one, which he believed was fully completed by the FBI, as well as a second one, which was provided by an ATF agent, revealed that he was telling them the truth about his not being involved in the Columbine incident. According to Dykeman, the ATF agent who provided him with a visual polygraph indicated to him that in the agent's opinion, Dykeman had been truthful and therefore would not need to take another polygraph examination. And that's all the documentation here. And of course, we went over alleged dispatch audio. Again, I don't know if this has been verified. Some people believe that the fire truck boy, a kid on the fire truck. So if Nate Dykeman was the fire truck boy who was identified as a possible suspect in this audio transcript, again, that the truth is not afraid of investigation, what's the problem with releasing this information? Especially if Dykeman is found to be 100% innocent, why not release the timeline as it occurred and clearly state officially for the record, Dykeman thought that he possibly might be involved because he was named, but he was cleared by authorities. Why not be transparent with that information if that's what the truth is? Those are the questions, because in non-conspiracy cover-ups, they are transparent with that. You can clearly see a timeline, you can see mistakes, how they were made, and then the investigators might have thought it was this suspect, but then they weren't, they were cleared. This is all out in the open. Clearly we have a cover-up here. Now, for which purpose, we don't know. Does that mean there were multiple shooters? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, but there's something going on to keep all these documents sealed. So, is it possible that Nate Dykeman really was trying to talk them down, failed? Maybe they even turned on him. Who knows what happened? Or they just told him, last chance, get away from us. We're following through with it. And then he evacuated through the fire truck, even though him and his father claim he was at home or whatever, stepfather or whatever. So, and then he got out of Dodge, but then he continued to be cooperative here. But now, for whatever reason, they requested a third polygraph. So is it possible that Dykeman, and is that why certain witnesses saw Dykeman and named Dykeman, even though he himself did not actually participate in the shooting? Maybe he was trying to be the good guy and talk them down. Failed, didn't want that to be known because now people would think that he would be guilty or associated with them, but then he cooperated with law enforcement every step of the way. But if he got immunity, now why would the FBI be contacting him for a third polygraph? Doesn't quite make sense, does it? Doesn't quite make sense. Now, even if he's 100% innocent, obviously, why would he take a polygraph? Because if anything, if they find anything deceptive, even if he's not being deceptive, I mean, this is glitchy technology, of course. It's not 100%, not admissible in court. We're not talking about brain fingerprint scan, which is seemingly 100% reliable. Nobody's beaten it yet. I still think there's a $100,000 reward or more for beating the brain fingerprint scan, which nobody has done before. That's why the military uses it. That's why all these upper agencies use brain fingerprint scanning and not this outdated polygraph technology. Either way, Nate Dykeman is, of course, a big question mark. But on the surface, it seems like he's much less likely to be an actual shooter than all these other individuals based on his behavior. Okay, let's move on to the 24th account here, Daphne Baca, 8894. Listed 4 names of possible suspects. Those names include Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, Chris Morris, and Robert Perry. So regarding Baca, it's actually document 8895. So they were concerning the business room of the school. Baca stated it was her understanding 7 students, 2 teachers were there. Baca also informed IO that there were 2 custodians that sought asylum in the large walk-in freezers and were in portable radio contact with security. All of this information was transferred to large charts that were posted on the wall of Arapahoe County Mobile Command Post. It should be noted that Daphne Baca also listed 4 names of possible suspects. Those names included Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, Chris Morris, and Robert Perry. It is unknown to this IO how Daphne Baca had gleaned this information. So that's curious. So if this information is accurate, because by all accounts, Klebold and Harris were accurate, so was she simply told by all these students who they saw? Chris Morris and Robert Perry, of course, again, they are tall. 6'4", 6'5", Klebold 6'3". Is it possible that they were all just mistook for Klebold? I mean, I don't know. It seems unlikely because, again, so many students know all of the individuals in question, and so many reported very pronounced acne and teeth in who they saw. 25, Trista Fogarty, freshman, document number 20,144. Trista said she believes, as do most other students, that there were more than 4 people involved in the shooting. More than 4. So 3 without question, 4 without question. They believe that there were more than 4. So Trista Fogarty, 23,144. So in this lead sheet, during incident, the date on this lead sheet is June 2nd, 9:24 a.m., assigned to Art Peterson. During incident, Trista Fogarty said she was one of the first groups of students out of the school, went to Leawood Park, heard shots and explosives, but did not see the shooters. May have seen Alex Marsh in the library early April 20th, did not see any of the possible shooters, did not see duffel bag or propane tank. Trista could not provide any more info on Scott than is included. Trista said she believes, as do most other students, that there were more than 4 people involved in the shooting. Now, why do they believe that? That's the critical question. That's the critical question, because if dozens and dozens of students, kids that they know and trust and wouldn't lie, specifically saw 2 or 3 other individuals other than Klebold and Harris, then of course they would believe that. Now, were they all mistaken? The coincidence theorists maintain yes. They were all mistaken. And we went over her account in detail earlier too. Jay Adams, the 26th account here, Jay Adams, document 7422, construction worker near Columbine High. He refers to a black BMW and a small tan car drive down his cul-de-sac, followed 5 minutes later by the sound of bombs. Co-worker says the BMW was filled with 4 teenagers. The tan car following it had 2 people in it. Document 7430. Now for the cheap seats, what is 4 plus 2? I mean, that's a tough one. Can coincidence theorists answer that? I don't know. Of course, unless he's also mistaken. Everybody seems to be mistaken. Even when there is no fog of war, there's no actual shooting or bombs going on beforehand, all these witnesses they seem to be mistaken. So let's look at that. 7422. Pretty sloppy handwriting as well. They advised black BMW followed by a small tan car through the cul-de-sac, then left, heading towards Columbine High. About 5 minutes later, there were bangs from Columbine High. Huh. So let's look at the second name document here. 7430. Roger Anderson. Loading dump trucks at the corner of Cayley Street and Pierce Street across from the south parking lot of Columbine High on the morning of April 20th. Approximately 10 a.m., Anderson recalled seeing a Jefferson County Sheriff's officer on a motorcycle sitting on the Cayley-Pierce intersection watching for speeders, because that's what's important. About 15 to 20 minutes after the officer left the area, Anderson saw two vehicles turn off Pierce and onto Cayley Street. Anderson advised that the two vehicles came about 100 feet onto Cayley Street and then made a U-turn and returned to Pierce. Anderson did not know which direction the vehicles traveled on Pierce. Anderson stated that the first vehicle was a black car or a dark blue car. BMW contained 4 passengers. Anderson recalled that the teenager in the passenger seat of the BMW was wearing a light-colored baseball hat. The second vehicle that was tailgating the BMW was described by Anderson as a light-colored, mid-sized vehicle containing 2 individuals. Anderson shared his information with 2 patrol officers April 21st when he was back at his work site. Anderson stated he had been working in excavation for over 25 years and must always be observant of his surroundings. Anderson stated that he thought it was unusual for kids to be driving around in a BMW, and that is why he took notice of the incident. So apparently, I'm guessing he's stating that these were really young, punk-looking kids in a BMW, as possibly stolen. Anderson advised that he was currently visiting his son in Texas. Okay. So, 6 individuals. So is it possible but if the second vehicle was tailgating and they both U-turned, I mean, that would suggest they were together. Who are these individuals? Now, again, how many BMWs are at play here? We know about Dylan Klebold. Who else had a BMW? Are there students from another high school like Chatfield or otherwise Trenchcoat Mafia students who wanted in on this and it was a bigger plan and they weren't? Is that why they turned down the wrong street and had to pull a Yui? I mean, I'm guessing he couldn't identify their facial features, but he said light-colored hat. Again, maybe this has nothing to do with Columbine, but coincidentally, shortly before the bombings and shootings. So, just another curiosity, probably all coincidental, according to the coincidence theorists. So, 27, Gary Toloco, teacher, document number 8876. He says that the school roof repairman saw 3 people exit the vehicle with Harrison Klebold, and then a tan vehicle followed them into the lot. So now we have corroboration of the construction workers. So there were 2 workers. One of them, we have Adams and his co-worker. Document number 7422 and document 7430. So they saw this BMW and the tan car. Now we have Gary Toloco, a teacher, document 8876. He says that the school roof repairman saw 3 people exit the vehicle with Harrison Klebold, and there was a tan vehicle that followed them into the lot. That matches the account of the construction workers, so now we have definitive evidence. Now we have evidence, I don't know if we could call it definitive, we have corroborating accounts that the BMW and the tan vehicle went to Columbine and that Harrison Klebold were in the BMW. And there was also a tan vehicle. That matches accounts. Very curious. Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of other individuals who saw other trenchcoat individuals with Eric Harris in the parking lot. We went over those accounts. So all of these accounts seem to be matching up that Harris was not alone. He had multiple individuals with him. Now, again, that doesn't mean they participated in any shooting, but it means that they're with him shortly, seconds before the shooting. What does that mean? Let's look at this count. 8876. So I actually couldn't find this document regarding the roof repairman. It's not on 8876, so if anyone else can nail that down, they can check that out. Again, just about all of the references here are verified, so I don't know if there was an error in number of the document, but moving on here, so Dick Strange, 28th account, document number 1194. Approximately 11:45 a.m., Strange first observed 4 to 5 individuals, all dressed in black trench coats, standing alongside Columbine High School in the vicinity of the gymnasium. Now, keep in mind, most of these trenchcoat mafia students and affiliates supposedly are at home sleeping at 11:45 a.m. So, or watching this unfold on TV, whatever, alibis, mothers, girlfriends. And apparently there are not that many trenchcoat students at the school. So who are these students? Even if they're not involved in the shooting, who are these individuals that are dressed in trench coats? Because apparently, if all of them have alibis and are accounted for, who is just hanging out 4 to 5 individuals in black trench coats at 11:45 a.m.? The individuals got Strange's attention because it was hot that day and they were all wearing black trench coats standing next to a light-colored wall. Strange then observed these individuals walk southwest along the high school, heading from the gym towards the cafeteria area. So this is Strange and Ogle. We went over Ogle's account as well. Now, there's a couple more interesting comments here from Strange, though. So Strange lost sight of the individuals wearing the trench coats. As the two men reached a small structure located near the outfield fence of the southernmost Columbine High School baseball field, Strange began hearing what he thought was possibly firecrackers. So his time is off? So he thinks it's 11:45? Huh. Late morning. He then observed one individual dressed in a trench coat standing in front of the southwest entrance of Columbine High School, the one with the big glass doors. Strange saw this person drop his coat, pull out 2 guns, and begin firing at students socializing in and around the soccer and football field areas. So he's firing 2 guns, one in each hand? That's curious. Strange also heard explosions going off at the time. Strange was positive the weapon this individual fired was fully automatic. So this is an adult here. This is not a kid watching TV. This individual initially fired at the kids on the soccer field, then began firing at other fleeing students in the area. Huh. This is Strange's account. Quite strange. At the time of the shooting, Strange observed only one individual wearing a trench coat because the small structure they were sitting behind had partially blocked his view of the school. Strange assumed this person was one of the 4 or 5 he had initially observed. Strange distinctly recalled hearing 2 different caliber weapons being fired in the area. One of the weapons, possibly a larger caliber, sounded much louder and fired at a slower rate of speed than the other weapon. Strange did not recognize any of the individuals he saw wearing trench coats. Strange then informed Ogle they should immediately leave the area, and the 2 drove off to find a police officer. Okay. Another interesting tidbit here. Strange drove to work at 8 a.m. that morning. Strange recalled driving past a black 4-door 500 series BMW with a white interior, which was headed north away from Columbine. The vehicle drove through the underclass student parking lot located in Clement Park north of the high school. Strange specifically remembered this vehicle because it was full of high school kids and was a lot nicer than the car he owned. Strange knew the vehicle to be a 500 series because he used to work at a BMW dealership. So at about 8 a.m., there's a car full of teens heading away from the school at 8 a.m. Just another one of these curiosities. Let's move on to Patrick Vassar, freshman. This is the 29th account of multiple shooters or accomplices or something strange. So this is document 4691. It sees 4 to 5 individuals at 11:15 dressed in black walking away from the school, all wearing trench coats except one who was wearing camo pants. That's curious. That's curious because, again, the alibis of all these people that are at home sleeping, or at least most of these trenchcoat mafia members, or some of them aren't even students anymore. So who are all these individuals wearing trench coats walking around? So at 11:10 a.m., Vassar got out of his fourth period science class, taught by Miss Mosier, proceeded from the science department directly to the cafeteria. Once in the cafeteria, Vassar went directly to the lunch line, got his lunch. Vassar then sat down at a cafeteria table marked FF on the diagram sketch. Other students located at the same table were Kyle, Alex, Zach, Tim, Chris, Austin, and Jeff. Vassar was seated at the table facing west. Kyle Hayes was seated next to Vassar, but Vassar cannot recall whether Hayes was seated to his left or right side. At approximately 11:15 a.m., immediately after Vassar sat down with his lunch, he saw 4 or 5 individuals in black walking away from the school. Everyone in the group was wearing trench coats except one who was wearing camouflage pants. When Vassar saw the group, they were 200 to 300 feet away from the building. They appeared to have come out of the main entrance on the west side of the school. The group was walking abreast on a path that leads away from the entrance. Vassar could not describe them further and did not recognize any of them. At approximately 11:20 a.m., Mr. Sanders ran in from the cafeteria from the exit by the teacher's lounge and told everyone to get down. Okay, there was explosions. Okay. Vassar did not know where the bomb came from. No one seemed to be around the explosion. Someone was driving near the explosion in the parking lot in a blue pickup with a black shell. The truck was being driven by a male who stopped the vehicle, slid over to the passenger side, and took off in the opposite direction of the explosion. The blue truck stopped approximately 20 feet from where the explosion went off. Vassar was at the back of the cafeteria, observed someone laying at the base of the window near the top of the stairs. Vassar was running down the hall. He looked back and saw a person with a gun standing near the top of the stairs in a cloud of smoke. The gunman was holding the gun extended with one hand. The gunman was wearing all black, appeared to have shoulder-length hair. Vassar does not think he was wearing a mask. The gunman shot 10 to 20 times at the fleeing cafeteria students. A male student next to Vassar went down and was yelling for help, but Vassar does not think anyone helped him up. Vassar ran to the end of the hall and exited the school. Vassar then ran across Pierce Street to Leawood Park. Vassar was not in the cafeteria earlier in the day, did not notice any large duffel bags, did not know Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, or any other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. During lunch, members of the Trenchcoat Mafia often sit on the floor in the cafeteria near the bottom of the stairs. Vassar does not recall seeing any of them in the cafeteria on the day of the shooting. Ha! Curious. Okay, so what's the deal here with Vassar's account? So basically, also he said the gun was in his right hand, the shooter. He said he was 6'3". Is Dylan left-handed? Either way, so what can we make of all of these accounts of a group of 4 to 5 trench-coated individuals, one of them possibly not wearing a trench coat? What can we deduce from all these sightings, corroborated multiple times over? So who are these people, though? Because apparently all of the Trenchcoat Mafia members are theoretically accounted for. So if Dykeman's going home to lunch or whatever, and Chris Morris also, and then all these other Trenchcoat Mafia members are no longer students, are they all hanging out together outside of the building as spotted? Now, do they not want to go through with it, so they just leave? Coincidentally, minutes or seconds before the shooting starts, they leave, they walk away from the school. Now, whether or not they come back or not, that's a different argument, but let's assume they don't come back. What does this mean? So did they arrive at the school with Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold? Were they scheduled to take part in the shooting or bombing or whatever, or did they just want to watch or whatever? Then they just happened to walk away from the school. Did they change their mind? What's the deal here? Or did all these individuals just hallucinate all of these Trenchcoat Mafia members? Or are they not even students at the school? Are they Trenchcoat Mafia members from another school? I don't know. So he said there were 4 to 5 individuals, all but one wearing trench coats. The one that was wearing camouflage pants was not wearing a trench coat. Were these students ever identified, or these individuals, if they weren't students? All right, let's continue here. The 30th account, Seth Biggie Jr., document 2475, was told by Courtney Schakowsky she saw 4 to 5 Trenchcoat Mafia members enter the cafeteria with a big black duffel bag. I mean, where's all the cafeteria footage? I mean, it's mysteriously missing. Just about everything where all of the critical information would be just happens to be not released. Curious. So Seth arrived Columbine High 7:10 a.m. He went to his normal classes, the last prior to first period lunch during math class. He brought his lunch, then sat at either table AA or N with his friends. He didn't notice any duffel bags or packages that seemed out of the ordinary in the cafeteria. He heard a commotion and stood up and looked out the west windows of the cafeteria. He heard students saying that there was a fight. He saw one student who he could not identify run up the grassy hill towards the football field. He then sat back down and didn't realize that anything significant was happening. Then he next heard either Mr. Sanders or a janitor yelling for everybody to get down. Students began getting underneath the tables and he did the same. He now heard popping noises. He began working his way towards the stairs near the trophy cases in a semi-crouched position. Approximately 2/3 of the way to the stairs, he got up and ran to the stairs. He heard a loud noise or explosion at the top of the stairs. He stopped, and instead of using the stairs, he used the language arts hallway. At the end of this hallway, he went into a classroom along with approximately 20 other students, where a teacher named Miss Lucas and another unidentified teacher were located. They were in this classroom for approximately 2 minutes. While in this classroom, they could hear several loud explosions. The teachers then checked the hallway, and when it was clear, they all ran out the exit adjacent to the classroom. Seth ran across the parking lot and into a Mormon seminary house located at Polk and Pierce. A few minutes later, he got a ride to Clement Park with an unidentified student. Prior to April 20th, he knew who Klebold was, but not Harris. He thinks that Friday prior to April 20th, Klebold picked a fight with an unidentified athlete, a jock. He knew who the Trenchcoat Mafia was, but didn't personally know any of the members nor associate with them. After his return to school at Chatfield High School, a girl named Courtney Schakowsky stated that just after fourth period, she saw 4 or 5 Trenchcoat Mafia members enter the cafeteria. She stated that one of them was carrying a big black duffel bag. They entered the cafeteria from the senior parking lot. There are also rumors going around that there was a third shooter. So there's a Jill Schakowsky account, document 4394. So apparently Jill and Courtney are sisters, and I don't see an account of Courtney. Oh, here we go. She's document 1155. I was walking outside, saw at least 2 people walk in with black trench coats. I didn't see any guns. One guy was really tall. It was between 11:10 and 11:20. The second person was significantly shorter than the other. I then left for lunch. This was dated... Wow. It looks like April 20th, 2:50 p.m. This is her handwritten statement. She described the second suspect as 5'4", the first suspect as 6'2". And she said one of them was carrying a black duffel bag in his right hand, but she couldn't remember which one. She stated they both had a huge belt. Courtney stated she now remembers a guy with long blonde hair, ear length, wearing a white t-shirt, who was walking behind the 2 suspects in the same direction. He was about 3 or 4 feet behind them, going in the same direction. Courtney went on to say she attended the after-prom party and saw 6 to 8 Trenchcoat Mafia people, but they weren't wearing their trench coat. All right, interesting. So she saw a third individual, but not more. So, curious. Schakowsky stated there were 3 other people walking behind these 2 subjects while they were in the parking lot. She stated behind them about 3 feet was a white male with long blonde hair wearing a white t-shirt. She stated she never saw this person before. And 2 feet behind him, there were 2 other white males. Wow. She said they were 20 yards away. Huh. So she did see, wow, this is crazy. So she saw, is that 5 total here? So she saw the 2 suspects. She stated there were 3 other people behind the 2 subjects while they were in the parking lot. And then there was another white male behind the other 2. So that's 5 people. Wow. She did see 5 people walking in the same direction. One of them carrying a duffel bag. Very curious. Very, very curious. I don't know what to make of that. That is very curious. All right, number 31, Devin Adams, sophomore, document 10,614, names 3 names as being directly involved in the Columbine shooting. They are not Harris and Klebold. We went over her account before as well. 32nd sighting, Boulder PD SWAT timeline, document 8245. At 2130 hours, 2 suspects believed dead inside, 1 arrest, 1 to 2 other suspects associates. So they are taking these sightings seriously, of course, of these other students, and then something happened, we don't know what, for the narrative to become drastically changed. 33, Julie Thomas, passerby witness, ACSO 808, that on April 20th, about 7:55, Julie turned onto Polk from Pierce and saw a small brownish golden truck parked on the south side of Polk Street. 5 male teens around it, at least 3 of them wearing black trench coats. This is 7:55 a.m.? Huh. Lot of activity. Pat McDuffie, this is the 34th sighting. Pat McDuffie, Trenchcoat Mafia associate, 10,786. A member of the Trenchcoat Mafia names 5 people attacking the group, says another 5 helped plan the attack and helped provide guns and bombs. So some of these individuals might not have been attendees of Columbine High, but other high schools or dropouts or former graduates. And we went over Pat McDuffie. 35, Melissa Chavez, document 9023, met Harrison Klebold, 4 other boys at the mall. They showed her a map of where they would bomb the school. And I believe we went over that account. I guess we can go over it again, 9023. And this account here is interview Melissa Chavez. Regarding Harris, Klebold were almost always together when she saw them at the Funplex. She added that Harris was really cool and that she knew him better as he spoke with her more than Klebold. She also added that Klebold appeared to want to keep her out of their group. Melissa said that Harris spoke frequently of suicide and told her how his life sucked because people picked on him. She could not provide who was picking on Harris or where this was occurring. She added that she felt she had talked Harris out of killing himself several times. Curious. On approximately July 98, which was about the 5th time she saw Harrison Klebold at Funplex, they were again with 4 other boys that they were with often. Melissa described them group of 6 boys as sitting in the area where she was inside Funplex. She overheard some of their conversation as they were talking about where they were going to place the bombs in the school. And they were pointing to a map. See, you know what's weird, though? For those that don't believe this account, they're a bit skeptical of it. I mean, would these 6 boys be randomly having a map out? I mean, I guess... a map of the school. I mean, that's kind of suspicious to be talking about in public. I mean, they could... I don't know. Especially, they're out late at night doing these missions and these bomb tests and all that. It seems like those would be better times to be going over a map where you're going to place bombs as opposed to in the middle of the Funplex. In the middle of the day. She described the map as being a standard-sized piece of paper, 8 by 5 by 11, and thought it looked hand-drawn. Her perception was this map was of the school as they were talking about where they were going to place bombs in the school. After hearing this, she said she left Funplex. Melissa said at no time did they discuss anything with her about their plans. Melissa could not provide names for the other 4 boys as she did not know them as well as Harrison Klebold. She again added that most of the boys were wearing black when she saw them. Melissa said she last saw Harris 5 months ago at Funplex. She said she didn't stay long due to curfew as it was about 10:45 p.m. She said on this occasion, Harris was again with Klebold and 2 other boys she did not know. Melissa volunteered that she felt bad about having heard them planning the bombing and didn't do anything about it. She said she did not have any contact with anyone over the internet and that they do not have a computer in their home. She also denied being at Columbine the day of the shooting, nor did she know anyone talking about having been there. Huh. Curious. So, okay, and then the background details for those that say she was seeking attention. Apparently, the previous document, 9022, Phyllis Chavez is the mother of Melissa Chavez. She said Phyllis explained that her daughter had told her after the Columbine incident that she had met Harrison Klebold at Funplex in December 97, January 98. She thought her daughter might have confused the year and had actually met them December 98 or January 99. However, added that her daughter has been frequenting Funplex for several years. Phyllis said Melissa had told her one of these occasions she overheard Harris talking with other boys planning the bombing at the school. Okay, Phyllis also volunteered to wake up Melissa to have her speak with me, which she then did. Huh. And this was the telephone interview. That's curious. So the origin of this story is apparently a co-worker of Chavez. Abigail said last Thursday, April 29th at about 5 p.m., Chavez had told her this while working at the pretzel maker at Southwest Plaza. She said that Chavez said about a couple months ago she was at Harris's home when he showed her their layout drawing of Columbine High School where they were going to place their bombs. She added that Chavez told her that there were 5 other guys in Harris's house at the time, but she only knew Harris. Abigail added that another employee, Christine Bell, was present when Chavez was saying this. However, she was afraid to talk with the police about this out of fear of retribution. Abigail said her boyfriend was also present at the store when Chavez told this account. Her boyfriend confirmed this. Huh. That's weird for her to randomly say that on the 29th, though. So this happened on the 20th. I don't know. Some people allege this is simply a cry for attention. Other people allege that there might have been something to this. Huh. Curious. 36th account, Tim Castle, Sr., 3416, tells police of 5 suspects. We went over that. 37, Pam Wood, document 8902, got call at work in Penny's at Southwest Plaza from students trapped in the school. One saw 6 trench coats, and they were all shooting handguns. I couldn't actually find this account, but again, if this is being relayed over the phone, I mean, perhaps not that solid. Then again, it does match all these other accounts of 4 to 5 shooters minimum, or 4 to 5 trench-coated individuals in the area not scared or whatever, possibly involved. 38th account, Amy Terry, sophomore, 2207, was told by friend Alicia Encianes that she was in the Commons area when trench coaters with masks came in shooting. Running upstairs, she sees 4 people in trench coats coming in through the glass doors at the west end of the main hallway. And this is Terry's account here. Encinas told Terry that she had been in the Commons area when people with trench coats and masks on came into the cafeteria shooting. She didn't know how many suspects there were. Terry stated she did not ask Encinas which door the suspects had entered in the library. Encinas told Terry that she ran upstairs toward the library. When she was in the hallway just outside the library, she could see perhaps 4 people in trench coats coming through the glass doors, which are at the north end of the west hallway that runs along the front of the library. Encinas told Terry that it was the trench coat mafia. She stated that the suspects shot at her and a teacher. So then they were in the green room, explosions so loud they shook the room. She stated the shootings and explosions went on and off for a very long time. Terry stated she heard a male voice yell, "I want to expletive kill myself," or "I want to expletive die." She could not remember which term was used. She stated she could hear the male voice clearly because he was yelling. She then heard a single gunshot immediately after this statement. Terry does not wear a watch and could not tell me what time this statement was made. And we went over Encinas' report as well. 39th account, Brian Fry, sophomore, document 806. While crawling past the admin office where he just heard gunshots, he saw 5 or 6 persons all dressed in black. We went over that account as well. 40th account, LFD Captain Mike Gorman. El Paso Report 1-335. Captain Gorman told me the only information was that there were 5 to 6 shooters from the Trenchcoat Mafia. How easy is it to mistake 2 for 5 to 6, though? Now, sure, again, there could have been other Trenchcoat Mafia members or trench-coated individuals present who were not actually shooting, but if they were amongst the mess and running around or standing around watching, that makes a lot more sense than people just randomly thinking that 5 to 6 people were 2 people. And again, we have multiple accounts of 1 or 2 suspects taking their time, not being in a hurry. So in order for them to match up all the witness descriptions, they would have had to be running around frantically all over the place to simulate being 5 to 6 people on all sides. 41st account, JCSO Kevin Walker, El Paso Report 1-223. Deputy Walker related the communications center advised there were approximately 6 gunmen dressed in black. 42nd account, JCSO Vincent DeMana El Paso Report 1-363. At 11:35 a.m., Jeffcoat Lieutenant Manwaring advised there were as many as 7 gunmen inside the cafeteria and commons area. See, again, I mean, to mistake 7 for 2 is kind of hard. Now, even 3. So it looks like 4 to 6 would be relatively reasonable for this mess. 4 to 6 could account for everything. CBSNews.com, April 19th, 2001. This is the 43rd account. The cops, believe that they really had 6 to 8 armed individuals inside there. Now, just because they believed it doesn't mean it was true, but clearly there's a paper trail here. 44th account, Adam Campbell Sr., document 732, says fellow student Jessica Cave says she saw 10 shooters at the school. Jessica herself was not interviewed. And we went over why. With, obviously many students, their parents wanted to protect them because they knew their kids saw something that didn't match the official narrative, and they wanted to keep them out of trouble. So, carrying on here in this account, what did the ear witnesses hear? Numerous students heard gunshots, explosions in different parts of the school simultaneously, which of course probably meant more than 2 shooters, as Harris and Klebold were officially together almost the entire time. To wit, 45th account, Sarah Huey, sophomore, document 380, heard bombs in the cafeteria below while the shooters were inside the library exploding bombs. 46th account, John Lapp, document 480, heard gunfire in other parts of the school while the attack in the library was going on. We went over that as well. 47th account, Brandy Wiseman, sophomore, document 4751, caught in one of the rooms off the kitchen, heard gunshots, bombs, and screaming coming from both the cafeteria and the library. 48th account, Holly Pinkham, sophomore, document 1620, says friend Don Goyne had his shoe off while in the middle hall while gunshots were going off in the cafeteria. We went over that as well. 49, Matt Katzenmeyer, sophomore, document 3424, heard shots and explosions inside the school at the same time that there were 2 suspects outside. We went over that as well. 50, Alex Babieniak, freshman, document 1954. He thought the explosions were coming from the level he was on and from downstairs at the same time. Now, again, people always try to claim, the coincidence theorists try to claim fog of war, but see, how come all these other students, they couldn't tell based on where they were? I mean, again, without being in the school and simulating this event with the same volume level bombs and gunfire, I mean, it's really impossible, but it's kind of hard to tell somebody they're wrong if they were there and you weren't. 51st account, Drew Lagorborg, Jr., document 1999, ran west down south hallway. There was a gunman at that end of the hallway, ran to the north hallway. He heard a shooter down that hallway as well. We went over that account. 52, Josh Brinkley, sophomore, document 2528, heard shots downstairs, then different shots upstairs from 2 guns. 53, Jay Galantine, staff, document 3086, sees gunman by the library, runs downstairs where he hears more gunshots. Quote, all this time hearing gunshots all around me and above me, end quote. So gunshots where he was at and also above him. Okay, 54th account, Lindsay Wyant, sophomore, document 4799, heard shots in the cafeteria and the library at the same time. Now, Lindsay Wyant's account is curious. She drops a couple clues here. This report dated May 12th, 99, regarding this investigation. Reporting officer Locke met with Lindsay Wyant at her residence in reference to the Columbine shooting. So, okay. No time given here, but she said she went to the machine during lunch. There was nothing she wanted in one particular machine. Then she went into the the vending machine located by the food line. While there, she heard a male say, "Get off of me." And then the male say, "I'm shot, I can't feel anything." Lindsay said she looked outside, saw a male laying on the ground. Lindsay said before she heard the comments, she heard gunshots from outside, but did not know where they came from. Lindsay said after this, she heard a teacher telling everyone to get out of the cafeteria. Lindsay said she ran into the kitchen area and then into the cook's office. It'd be also curious, were there 2 different events where a teacher yelled, "Get down," and another teacher yelled, "Get out"? Because how do we match all this up? Lindsay said that she was in the cook's office with numerous other students, and they closed and barricaded the door so no one could get in. Lindsay said there were numerous people knocking on the door trying to get in, but they did not let anyone in as they did not know if they were the shooters or just other students trying to get into the office. Lindsay said she was in the office for approximately 2.5 hours until SWAT got them out. I asked Lindsay if she heard any of the shootings or explosions while in the office. She said she heard shots being fired from above and also heard shots coming from the cafeteria area. From above would be the library. Lindsay said when SWAT team got them out of the office, they ran through the cafeteria to a window. Then they crawled out the window, ran next to the wall of the school to a fire truck where they were taken out of the area. I asked Lindsay if she ever saw who was going into the school. She said no, she did not. I asked Lindsay if she saw two large duffel bags in the cafeteria. She said no. I asked if she knew who Eric and Dylan were, and she said no, she did not. She said she had seen them around school but did not know them. I asked if she had seen them on Monday or Tuesday. She said no, she had not. I asked Lindsay if she left anything in the cafeteria. She left a backpack. Okay. I asked her if she had seen or talked to any of the Trenchcoat Mafia on Monday or Tuesday. She said no. I asked her if she heard anything from anybody regarding other suspects, bombs being made, or buying of guns. She said she heard a rumor that Redacted was a part of this and had left before the shooting. So I don't know if this is Robert Perry, Chris Morris, Brian Sargent. Who's she talking about here? I asked who told her this. She said it was just a rumor that she heard. I asked her if she remembers seeing or hearing any unusual announcements prior to the shooting. She said she heard from someone that there was an announcement, something to the effect of this was going to be a crazy day. I asked her if she had any information on the Trenchcoat Mafia. She said she really doesn't know anything about the Mafia except that it was bigger last year than this year. Okay, so that's about it. So she heard gunfire from two areas. Again, the best way would be to, again, do a reenactment with the same volume levels of explosions and gunshots to see if it really can be discerned above, around, all these things. Obviously, it's kind of difficult, and many students say they couldn't tell, but it's weird because certain students, depending on where they were, they said they could tell, and they clearly made these comments. 55th account, Evan Todd, sophomore, document 8826, heard bombs in other parts of the building while Harris and Klebold were in the library. Accounts 56 and 57, Dewada Perez and Jessica Holliday, seniors, 9923, heard gunshots elsewhere while shooters were in the library. So it states here in this document, this is document 9924, Perez and Holliday then said everyone who could get out ran out of the library. Both Perez and Holliday said they saw both of the suspects' faces and could positively ID them. Perez and Holliday said they were white. Perez and Holliday said that while Klebold and Eric were in the library, they could hear more gunshots elsewhere in the school. Let me repeat that again for the coincidence theorists. Holliday and Perez said that while Klebold and Eric were in the library, they could hear more gunshots elsewhere in the school. Okay. Nothing to misinterpret about that. And again, they weren't the only ones. Again, that's what makes this hard to dismiss, because it's not like we're talking about one or two people possibly misremembering in the fog of war. We're talking about dozens and dozens of accounts here. Following up here, among the best evidence are witnesses who actually identified other participants by name. 58th account, Crystal Archuleta, El Paso 1-197. She did see one person throw a pipe bomb. She told me at the time she thought it was Robert Perry. 59th account, Seth Dubois, freshman, El Paso 21-125. Seth told Catherine Carlston that Robert Perry was seen shooting a girl in the back while leaving the library. 60th account, Wade Allen Frank, senior, El Paso 1-91. Mr. Frank told me that he thought originally one of the individuals doing the shooting was someone by the name of Robert. He stated that this person was tall, approximately 6'3", kind of awkward and gangly. 61st, Brian Fry, sophomore, El Paso 25-69. He stated that the person he had previously believed to be the shooter was Robert Perry. In a previous interview after receiving his yearbook, he had told his father that he believed the shooter to be Robert Perry. He also stated that the gunman had bad acne. Again, we went over Fry's account. 62nd account, Courtney Hallman, freshman, El Paso 25-91. There was 3 guys. The guy I remember the most was the main guy, over 6 feet tall, long, curly, dark-colored hair. He was wearing a trench coat. His name is Robert Perry. 63rd account, Lacey Hahn, freshman, El Paso 1-186. Can you identify or describe who was shooting? Miss Hahn said that she does not believe it was Harris or Klebold. Miss Hahn believes it was an individual named Robert. 64th account, Bijan Monte Jr., El Paso 1-110. I asked her if she saw the source of the shooting. She told me she saw who she thought at the time was Robert Perry with a gun hanging around his neck. She said she never actually saw him shoot the weapon. She asked me if I had any information in regards to Robert Perry. I informed her I did not. And we went over Bijan Monte's account. She refused to recant. 65, Tessa Nelson, freshman, El Paso 1-113. I asked her if she saw the source of the shot. She said she saw a male who she thought was Robert Perry, wearing boots, dark jeans, dark hair, walking down the outside stairs outside the cafeteria. She said the male suspect pulled a gun and started shooting. 66th account, Caitlin Sue Place, freshman, El Paso 21-285. Kate said it was redacted. I'm almost positive of it. I remember looking him dead in the eye. He was in my debate class. Dylan kind of looked like Robert, but Dylan didn't have the long face. Robert's teeth are messed up, and he was smiling, and I saw his teeth then. Kate said that she has since seen pictures of Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, and she said it's not one of them, referring to the person she saw shooting out on the Commons. She remembers him shooting Anne-Marie Hoshelter. Robert was just randomly shooting. Robert was still shooting. Kate said that Robert shot Anne-Marie before he smiled at Kate. She looked away and saw Jason Ottenreth trying to help Anne-Marie, dragging her away from Robert to the side. We went over her account as well. 67th account, Lacey Smith, Jr., document 4470. On the diagram, she depicts redacted as walking in through the doors past where she was sitting and going in about as far as the north end of the school store. It was at that time she heard the windows breaking. Then she realized she was hearing shots. She did not have any trouble identifying Perry when he walked by her. I asked Smith how sure she was that the person she saw and spoke with was redacted. I asked 90% sure, 50% sure. Her response was 100% sure. And she did not recant either. 68th, Brendan Hooker, Jr., 16,397 document. He turned around and observed an individual he thought was Robert Perry, ex-student of Columbine High, standing outside the door just to the north of the main entrance, shooting a pistol in his direction. Hooker described the individual he thought was Perry as 6'8" to 6'11" in height. Very skinny, tight black pants, black trench coat. Again, who's more likely to be 6'8" to 6'11"? Perry, who's 6'5", or Klebold, who's 6'3"? So in boots, whatever, Perry might look taller than 6'5". Curious. 69th account, Tiffany Lean, freshman. Lean stated she believed gunman number 1 was redacted. Lean stated she was approximately 20 to 25 feet away from gunman number 1, looked him in the face for approximately 25 seconds, frozen in her tracks. Tall male, had long black trench coat, black jeans, dark brown hair. His hair was kind of long, had curls, he was skinny, and his shoulders kind of hunched over. She also stated the gunman had bad acne. We went over her account previously as well. 70, Kristen Long, senior, 20,245 document number. Long said the suspect definitely had dark hair and a large nose, thought it might be redacted. And I wonder how many of them underwent hypnosis, because it would be curious to see what their memory was under hypnosis. Obviously closer to the time it occurred, but... And they should have had law enforcement present, especially those that were trying to gaslight all these poor kids into recanting or telling them they didn't see what they knew they saw. Even if they're wrong and mistaken, it was just clear gaslighting, trying to make them look like they were crazy because they had alibis from their moms or girlfriends. These individuals. Okay. Rusty Schuyler, 71st account, document 5464. The individual was very tall. Schuyler saw his face partially and, based on dress and size, thought it may have been redacted. He was 100% sure it was redacted. He described redacted as being 6'6" to 6'7". Tall and having lots of zits. Again, this is a clear description of Robert Perry, who's 6'5". Dylan Klebold's only 6'3". Would someone mistake him as being up to 6'7"? Whereas, again, Robert Perry, 6'5", that's pretty close to 6'6", 6'7", especially in boots. And again, we have the zits based on these photos of Dylan Klebold at the prom just 2 days before. He does not seem like someone you would describe with terrible acne or tons of zits or anything like that. 72nd account, Chris Theron, sophomore, 1207. Document 1207, saw a tall shooter with acne, large nose, shoulder-length hair. He stated that the picture he saw was of redacted, and he was pretty sure he was the shooter he saw that morning at Columbine High. 73rd account, Aaron Walton, sophomore, document 4139. Aaron Walton said she saw one of the shooters. He was not Eric or Dylan. He was a senior named Redacted. He was very tall, had bad acne scars on his cheeks. We went over that count as well. A 74th sighting, Chris Wisher. Document 9832. He recognized one of the shooters. The other shooter was the kid wearing black that was arrested and placed in cuffs and put inside a black police car. He said he is 100% positive that he was the male that shot at him. Thought he recognized Chris Morris as being one of the shooters on the west side of the cafeteria. El Paso 6-265. 75th account, Ashley Eagleland, freshman, 22,671. Document number. Ashley was in the north corridor when she observed redacted and Eric Harris coming around the corner from the library. She said Chris Morris was armed with a handgun. Harris was armed with a shotgun. Both started shooting at Ashley. Ashley did not know redacted at first, but she saw his picture in the yearbook and is positive it was redacted. The 76th account, Liam Murphy, sophomore, document 3828. In the cafeteria, notices commotion outside northwest door. I saw a guy recognized as redacted. He was running. Joe Stair had his blonde hair down. It's past his shoulder. He's about 6 foot tall, skinny. He was wearing a long black trench. I saw nothing in his hands. He was observed a short distance from whatever was going on at the door. My thought was that redacted was involved if there was a fight. Stair, named in the cafeteria map. Leah also immediately picked him out of a photo lineup. I asked Leah if she was certain this individual was redacted. Leah said, "Oh yeah, I'm certain. I saw his face full on. I remember seeing his face completely." She said he stood in place for about 15 seconds. I remember him graduating last year. Again, clearly not Klebold or Harris. She remembers him wearing makeup on his face and hands, and because of that, he stood out from other students. Also, at least 4 ear witnesses heard the suspects refer to one of their number as Joe. This is Encinas, Haravel, McKenna, and Salazar. Document numbers 2943, 1927, 3525, and El Paso 21-224, respectively. 77th account, Kara Sander, sophomore, El Paso 25-203. Describes gunman as a pudgy, overweight, very full face, thick, bushy eyebrows. IDs him as redacted. This is most likely Brian Sargent, who is heavyset with a round face, short dark hair and dark eyebrows. A copy of the Columbine High School yearbook page with Brian Sargent's photo is included in her interview. John Ungerland, document 1701, says Brian Sargent has a chubby face with is a big guy with bushy eyebrows. Saw him the morning of the Sargent was wearing a short sleeve white button up, a polo type, which of course a lot of people witnessed seeing instead of a regular t-shirt. 78th account, Jason Brem, sophomore, document 719. One of the shooters had a very round face, shorter than 5'11", not Harris or Klebold. We went over his account as well. 79th account, Mindy Pollock, freshman, document number 10,009. Sees one gunman outside west entrance holding a gun on the fence, dressed in a white dress-type shirt, short brown hair with a little bit of a gut. Pollock stated she recognized the lower number 1 gunman as redacted. Document 1095. We went over Pollock's account as well. 80th sighting, David Eagle, sophomore, document 1878. The guy with the gun had black hair, looked like he was spiked, shaved on the sides. It was also blonde on top. 5'9", about 18 years old. He has since seen pictures of Harrison Klebold on television. David said the person he saw did not look like the people he's seen on television. We went over his account as well. 81st sighting, John Vandemark, sophomore, document 2216. In the science hall, sees older shooter with dark hair, spiky with blonde tips. 82nd account, Aaron Walton, sophomore, 2243 document. In the science hall, she sees a suspect with short blonde hair like he was going bald. Older, in his 30s. How do you mistake Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold as a balding man in his 30s? I don't know. She's not the only one. 83rd sighting, Jen Small, sophomore, document 2182. In the science hall, sees Klebold and an older suspect between 25 and 30 years of age, blonde with a short, spiky, buzz-cut hair. 84th account, Nathan Enema, freshman, document 2359, identified redacted as possibly being the person he saw throw a pipe bomb during the shooting at Columbine High. Enema stated that he initially thought the person he saw throw a pipe bomb was redacted. 85th account, Katie Beer, freshman, document 6636. When the incident began at Columbine High School, she initially tried to get out of the school by going towards the main doors on the east side of the school by the administrative offices. However, she said she saw a third shooter next to these offices and that this third shooter shot out windows at that location. Katie Beer told him this third shooter may have been redacted. 86, Leanne Clark, freshman, document 1422. Clark told her that she saw who did the shooting in the cafeteria and that Clark identified redacted as the gunman. 87th account, Frank DeAngelis, school principal himself, document 8018. I also assisted the principal of Columbine, who was having a hard time giving the pictures of possible suspects to the command post, and was present when he looked at and identified one of the subjects he named. The male suspect was in custody of, I believe, Jefferson County Sheriff's investigators. So would this be Chris Morris? Possibly Dykeman? Possibly Robert Perry? Possibly Joe Stair? 88th account, Amy Evans, senior, 22205 document. Amy Evans said there was a third shooter and it was redacted. 89th sighting, Mark Hengel, Jr., document 5901. Hengel identified Klebold and redacted from a photograph in the attached 1A envelope. Also attached is a 1A envelope and a diagram of Columbine High indicating the direction of Hengel and the two individuals dressed in black. Apparently, the interviewing officer didn't like what he was hearing, and so the interview ends up telling the eyewitness what he saw. I then advised Mark Hengel that the skinny person he saw standing and shooting was Dylan Klebold, and the person he saw standing over the duffel bag was Eric Harris, even though that's not what he said he saw. I mean, maybe the investigator knew what he saw better than he did, even though he wasn't there. 90th sighting, Anne-Marie Hoshelter, Jr., gunshot victim outside the cafeteria, document 18,218. Advised that Harris Klebold did not shoot her. Has ID on shooters. 91st sighting, Lee Commends, Sr., 1422 document. While in the green room off the science hall, she identified redacted as one of the gunmen. 92nd sighting, Alicia Mays, sophomore, 3614 document. Alicia stated when she first observed the male in the trench coat, she thought it was a person known to her, as redacted. 93rd sighting, Mark Opfer, freshman, document 1064. At the time, Opfer believed the taller person in the black trench who was with the shooter was redacted. Columbine High School student Mark Opfer was interviewed on April 27, 1999. In that interview, Opfer stated that he believed redacted wearing a trench coat was standing next to a gunman and was involved in the shooting, document 25625. 94th sighting, Josh Ortwine, senior, 1939. Ortwine witnessed the shooting and he was telling everyone he saw redacted shooting a gun. 95th sighting, Jessica Rush, sophomore, document 2143. She identified one of the gunmen at the Columbine High School as being an individual known as redacted. 97th, Jennifer Tyndall, sophomore, document 1226. Insisted that neither suspect she saw was Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. Tyndall picked out redacted's photograph as possibly being the male in the black trench. 98th sighting, Adam Thompson Jr., document 21,039. He had seen a gunman shooting inside the school. Does not think it's the same gunman as in the media. And he ain't the only one. 99th sighting, Terry Lawson Jr., document 10,020. ID'd other than Harris and Klebold. Let's look at this document. I don't know if we look at this. 10,020. Terry Lawson, it's actually document 10,022. Terry Lawson reports that he was in the cafeteria and saw a senior he believed to be redacted with a backpack and a black trench coat holding a handgun. Heard shots outside, saw an unknown student shot in the back of the leg twice. The outside suspect was then observed lighting what he believed to be a short cloth of a pipe bomb and throwing it into the high school's south lot. It exploded. Lawson then exited via the language labs. Okay, so another individual, not Harris or Klebold. 100th sighting. We are now on the 100th citation of a witness or communication in the documents so far released that do not match the official narrative. 100. We're not talking about a couple people. We're not even talking about one or two dozen. We're on 100 now. And there's actually a whole bunch more we didn't even get to. Monica Schuster, Jr., document 19470. Schuster saw a gunman but did not believe it was Harrison Klebold. This is the lead sheet here. Schuster was with Robin Anderson. April 20th, 99. They left school at 11:10 a.m. with Tammy Golden to go to the Dairy Queen, returned to school at 11:25 a.m. Interesting time. Anderson pulled into the senior parking lot, heard gunfire. They stayed in the parking lot until 3 p.m. Schuster saw a gunman but did not believe it was Harris or Klebold. Schuster believes Anderson knew about the shooting because she bought them the guns. Per Schuster, Anderson was not acting herself prior to leaving the school to go to Dairy Queen. and urgent to leave the school and wanted to stay at Dairy Queen. What is kind of weird though, why didn't she really put her foot down about, if she's the driver, it says Anderson pulled into the senior parking lot. If she's the driver, I mean, she kind of calls the shots. I mean, what are they going to do? Force her to drive her own vehicle? If she could have meandered a lot longer at Dairy Queen, right? I mean, 11:25. I mean, I don't know. 101. Casey Rugsiger Jr., gunshot victim in the library documentation, 128. Rugsiger did not recognize the pictures of Harrison Klebold she has seen in the media as the gunman in the library. Now, a lot of people say, okay, well, it's definitely Harrison Klebold. Well, if they left the library and other gunmen came into the library, maybe did some shooting, maybe didn't even do shooting, maybe threw some bombs, maybe not, maybe just looked out windows. If there were other shooters or just other individuals who weren't shooters, if they came and went, that could cause for the confusion, and therefore nobody's lying per se. Says she does not recall what the gunman looked like or what they were wearing. See, this is not a surprising response. She's a gunshot victim, or even if she wasn't a gunshot victim, in all of the panic and the bombs going off, the gunfire, if you didn't get a good look at him, you didn't get a good look at him. You might not even remember what they were wearing. Again, if human memory is very fallible. But here we have over 100 accounts of people who did remember what they saw. And so this is the document 128 here. Rugsiger has never seen Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold before. Rugsiger did not recognize the pictures of Harris and Klebold she has seen in the media as the gunman in the library. So again, we don't have someone who's hallucinating they saw Robert Perry or not. She didn't know Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. She says it didn't look like them. She doesn't really seem to be sure, but she just said she does not recognize the picture of Harris and Klebold. I mean, it'd be curious if they showed her other pictures. I don't know if they did. I mean, that would run counter to the narrative, but it would be curious. It would be curious if she looked at all the pictures, if she identified somebody else. So we just went over 100 accounts. Over 100 accounts. And the thing is, we're not even done. We're not even done. I mean, this is just crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I'm going to address the ski mask issue as well, because a fair number of witnesses mentioned guys in ski masks. Now, would you hallucinate someone's randomly wearing a ski mask if they're not wearing a ski mask? And then, of course, there's other sightings of people who saw individuals with stockings or other types of latex masks on their faces. Who would that be? Because again, if Eric and Dylan are resigned to commit suicide after this, they want the infamy and the fame for this. Why would they wear masks? And clearly they didn't care about that, because by all accounts, all the witnesses, the cafeteria footage, the way they were found, they did not put masks on later. So if they had them on at the very beginning, why would they have them on in the first place? They were already cited by all these people. So after they were cited at 11:20, Eric Harris was cited by numerous people at 11:20 in the parking lot. He put his mask on for like 10 seconds and then took it off. And that still doesn't account for the sighting of other people who saw guys with masks. Couple theories here from various forums. Tappa Talk. Ski masks have driven me crazy for 5 years. This was posted in 2004. I think that it could have been someone helping them or was supposed to help them. But when the time for 0 hour came, maybe they changed their mind. This is the one I stand by the most because it makes more sense. But with Columbine, not a lot makes sense. Now, my other idea may be a little far to reach, but it could have been law enforcement who were there to make sure Eric and Dylan did not get out. That does seem a little bit far-fetched, unless this was some kind of top-secret MK Ultra operation. Another post here, Star Viego. Okay, as far as masks go, I believe one was found on the ground near the outside staircase, though a few of the library eyewitnesses said the shooters were wearing masks. There were definitely more than 2 shooters. In case you don't know, almost 40 witnesses put a name to others who were involved. We actually went over just 100 accounts here of people who were both naming names or just clearly said more than 2 or not Eric and Dylan. So there's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 1, 2, 3. So there are 32 accounts of a masked gunman or possible masked gunman. Patrick Ireland in the library, Rebecca Parker, library table 12, Jake Apodaca, outside west doors, Josh Chavez, outside west doors, Brenton Hooker, outside, Sarah Olgienzak, science hall, Jessica Rush, science room number 5, Alicia Encinias, cafeteria, Jay Galantine, top of steps to cafeteria, Kyle Haynes, cafeteria, Candace Haywood, cafeteria, Sean Hooker, cafeteria, Matt Katzenmeyer, cafeteria, Brandon Malonson, cafeteria, Elizabeth Nolan, hallway by band hall, Daniel Palmeter, cafeteria, suspect outside, Brock Rembold, cafeteria, Lori Reynolds, cafeteria, suspect outside, Sarah Scott, cafeteria, Johnny Strobel, cafeteria, Eric Sunday, cafeteria, Tanya Warlock, cafeteria, Heather Rabatz, cafeteria, Angela King, auditorium, Jacob Schreck, cafeteria, Daniel Burge, hallway, Nicole Dickey, outside, Christopher Markham, cafeteria, David Mesh, cafeteria, Bob Sappin, hallway, Pat McDuffie, Brendan Hooker told him he saw one masked gunman by the doors of the cafeteria. Jessica Rush saw a masked suspect try to enter science room. Michelle Romero Simmons. And the document numbers in that order: 35, 510, 656, 736, 1465, 2078, 2144, 2207, 3088, 3278, 3288, 3356, 3424, 3635, 3920, 4013, 4177, 4189, 4370, 4565, 4575, 4769, 4781, 5009, 5401, 5840, 6321, 8761, 9827, 9830, 10,794, and 16,410. Those are the documentation for all of these individuals who saw at least one suspect with a mask. Actually, that's not even a complete list. There's a couple more here. Justin Alber, 2,293. One of the gunmen who had long hair was wearing a black trench coat, black mask. He was around 6 foot tall, 150, white male holding sawed-off shotgun. Mark Opfer, he saw gunman shoot Rohrbauer, described him as Caucasian, black trench coat, 5'7", black Levi's, was wearing a mask. 1,062. Why would so many people think people are wearing masks if they're not wearing masks? Do the coincidence theorists maintain that's fog of war as well? It doesn't make any sense. Chris Messias saw a party in black clothes plus ski mask come toward the building. Page 3,680. Vanessa Grimes. Vanessa stated she saw Dylan Klebold outside the cafeteria wearing a balaclava, dark blue or black, and a trench coat. Did not see if he was wearing a hat or not. So if the balaclava had to have exposed enough of his face, or is it not Dylan Klebold and she's assuming it is? James, last name unknown. This is from the Columbine CRTF report. July 14th, 2000. During the shooting, KUSA was in contact with a student named James. At 1:25 p.m., it was reported that James saw the gunman a few minutes ago. He is describing them as wearing hats, black trenches, black masks, and one of them has long hair that is coming out of the back of his hat. Now, what does it mean by long hair? Dylan Klebold's hair is not that long when you got guys like Joe Stair around. Wade Frank, 25,760 document number. The male in the trench coat was also wearing a black hat, possibly a baseball hat backwards, or a ski mask, so unknown. So there you have it. We went over 100 accounts, and there's actually plenty more. That's the thing. We've just begun to scratch the surface of the Columbine conspiracy. If you enjoy the podcast, you can help support Mindshock. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Become a YouTube member. Just go to the YouTube page, youtube.com/Mindshock. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Columbine Conspiracy Series. This is episode 11, Anomalies. We will examine bizarre oddities in the comings and goings before, during, and after April 20th, 1999 in Columbine, Colorado, in what is probably the most infamous school shooting in history. Why are there so many eyewitness reports that do not match the official narrative? Why are there seemingly so many individuals not Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, that seem to be involved in all this strange activity, involving duffel bags, involving explosions at nearby parks, involving all of these bizarre oddities and anomalies that the official narrative cannot explain. Why do so many coincidence theorists avoid like the plague the actual documentation released with all of these people, many of them adults, faculty, teachers, substitute teachers, construction workers nearby, giving accounts that simply cannot be ignored of multiple other individuals, not Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, in vehicles with duffel bags with guns out in the open. This is something that needs to be addressed. I'm, of course, Bruce McGuire, and this is Mindshock, and we will address what the mainstream is too terrified to address in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the podcast, help bring logic and reason back to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive members-only streams and chats. Like and share the podcast. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through so you can be notified when the latest Mindshock episodes are released. And you could also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so here is the first Columbine conspiracy theory. I'm reading this from racheljoyscott.tumblr.com, but I don't know if this was posted from elsewhere. Intro to the Columbine Conspiracy Theories series. I thought it'd be best to explain this a little before we get started. It is a lot to take in for me. For me especially, it was hard to question what I knew and believed strongly for ideas so unconventional and unheard of for something I have too been studying for years. But keep an open mind. So quite recently, I've been talking to an account on here who prefers to stay anonymous, who has pretty strong beliefs that things were left hidden and in the dark around Columbine. This came along with some pretty strong evidence that I just had to share and get opinions of. I'm not saying it's 100% true, but some of the evidence is pretty intriguing. So here is this theory. I have spent countless hours researching the causes, events, evidence, and aftermath of the Columbine tragedy. After years of repeatedly studying the same material, there was an abundance of incongruence, negligence, and evidence that I recorded which proves the official story to not be accurate in any way, shape, or form. While I do not assert any of the following evidence is categorically and undeniably fact, other than there being more than two shooters. Here is the evidence that I've uncovered that suggests that the Columbine tragedy was a satanic psychological operation. I will submit a series of posts. The first post will be on Rachel Joy Scott, whom I study thoroughly, seeing as this is a Rachel blog. The second will be on the multiple shooter theory. The third will be on Mark Taylor and the other surviving victims. The fourth and final post will be on the comparison of Columbine to other psychological operations. I will substantiate all the claims I make with evidence and photos. Before I begin, I would like to share the points that drove my research that remain unaddressed today. There are over 100 sworn accounts of multiple shooters. There are official reports of shots being fired 3.5 hours after the alleged suicides. There is documented evidence of prior knowledge of the attacks by law enforcement, local hospitals, student body, and the Trenchcoat Mafia. The complete records are sealed until 2027, when Columbine parents would average being over 80 years old. They did the same thing with the Kennedy files yet to be released. There were 95 undetonated bombs throughout the campus, some extremely heavy. Harris and Klebold could not have possibly moved all these bombs alone during the time a tape needed to be conveniently changed. The bombs utilized military-grade mercury detonators that suburban teenage boys could not have possibly created. Footage from the attacks have inaccurate timestamps. Patrick Ireland has no facial scars today despite taking 2 shotgun blasts to the face. Reference Lance Kirkland for comparison. Mark Taylor was institutionalized after suggesting Harris and Klebold were victims of satanic ritual abuse after successfully suing big pharmacy companies for the role that their drugs played. Klebold's full autopsy is suppressed. He was shot in the left temple by an alleged self-inflicted shotgun wound from a .22 caliber gun, despite being right-handed. .22 caliber guns are known for being extremely unreliable in suicide attempts. Suicide by gunshot always results in a gun falling far away from the corpse because of the loss of mental faculties needed to maintain a grip on the gun. Here they fell neatly against their bodies. These are just some of the points I'll cover. So, Columbine conspiracy number 1, Satanism in the Scott family. I have thoroughly studied Satanism because it is so prevalent and it is imperative for people to understand the way Satanists work, to not be blind to its practice. The Columbine tragedy is plagued with Satanism in nearly every facet fathomable. However, I was surprised to see satanic imagery abundant in Rachel Scott's story because she has always been a role model for Christ to me. To understand this theory, one needs to understand the role of sacrifice in Satanism. A sacrifice in Satanism is often done for tangible gains. Consider for a second the amount of money and fame the Scott family has accumulated after producing multiple books, documentaries, feature-length movie, and building an international corporation through Rachel's challenge. For many, the perpetuation of what officials consider to be a lie regarding the circumstances of Rachel's death as it pertains to her faith has proven the Scott family is willing to exploit Rachel's legacy for their profit. My concerns began with what many consider Rachel's prophecy about her death. The Bible tells us that only God knows when we will die. This information shall not be known or sought by Christians consequently. The fact that Rachel predicted her death in her writings support the theory that she may have known of her death not because of her faith but because of her impending sacrifice. Once one has learned the details of Columbine as a satanic psychological operation, which I will cover comprehensively, it becomes clear that Rachel might have been a victim of something far more nefarious than gunfire. Included are images of Craig Scott, her brother, Mark Alive, her big brother, Sue Klebold, preview of posts to come, and the title shot of I'm Not Ashamed. Craig Scott, the fellow survivor. Lauren Bayer Bond gave an interview for the 10th anniversary of the tragedy. For over a minute, the two flash a satanic image with their hands while laughing and discussing the event in third person as if they were not there. Curiously, Craig Scott was filmed in clean clothing in a cheerful mood outside the ambulance the day of the shooting, despite allegedly pretending to be dead next to two bloody corpses for an extended period. That has been posted here. Sue Klebold flashes the same inverted triangle of Satan hand gesture during her TEDx discussion for an extended period. In another image included, Craig Scott is also seen flashing the devil horns as he receives his Columbine diploma. In an interview he gave for Oprah, pictured above, he features the same devil horn sign on his t-shirt along with a pentagram. Mark Alive, pictured above, is also wearing an explicitly satanic shirt, the images of an all-seeing eye, satanic Freemasonry, and the broken cross for the Antichrist, not to mention the bond Daryl Scott formed with David, son of Sam Berkowitz, a satanic murderer. Many Satanists pretend to abandon their ways. It often ends ugly when a cult member tries to leave Satanism, as Cassie Bernal's experience proved, also posted about here before. I strongly encourage you to research these signs and the significance. They are deliberate, and Satanists want to normalize them for people to disregard them. There are many more concerning recent events that I cannot disclose now involving the Scott family. However, there was a lot of satanic imagery, and I'm not ashamed that I can talk about. The image included, you can see an owl and pentagrams, two satanic worship images. I produced some of the rarest Rachel material on the internet. I can tell you she never drew owls or stars as they make it seem. There is also a line in the movie repeated 3 times attributable to William Shakespeare: all the world is a stage. This line is often associated with MK Ultra mind control, which I'll get into later posts as well, particularly in other psychological operations. The final concerning piece of evidence is what the Scott family has published as Rachel's favorite things. Her favorite insect is said to be the blue monarch butterfly, which is the symbol for MK Ultra. Why would the Scott family feel the need to disclose this? Her favorite song is said to be Bittersweet Symphony by The Verve, a band who has been described as satanic majesty incarnate, a glorious spectacle. Sampling a Rolling Stones song, the Rolling Stones are explicitly Satanists. Her favorite meal is said to be cheese pizza. Based on the recent evidence revealed in Pizzagate, we know this means little girl in the world of pedophilia. Pedophilia is huge in Satanism and pertinent to this case. It's not a coincidence Eric and Dylan worked at Blackjack Pizza. So, okay, hold on. I have to interject here because this is obviously, I mean, not to appeal to incredulity is a logical fallacy, but a lot of these, I know I give coincidence theorists a little bit of crap, but there are coincidences out there. A lot of teenagers' favorite food is pizza, possibly the majority. I would say that means nothing. Now, these guys working at Blackjack Pizza places are popular places to work at. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that all of the Trenchcoat Mafia members happen to work at a particular location. This location happening to be a pizza-type establishment, I don't think that's relevant what kind of an establishment is meant. If it was a burger place, so what? If it was some kind of regular Italian place or a Chinese food place, so what? That what's interesting is that all of these Trenchcoat Mafia members happen to work there. Although I have to give this poster credit, he's following up here. Again, I am not asserting anything is concretely true. I came across all this information, and knowing what I know about Columbine and Satanism, I connected the dots that I saw. I do not believe in coincidences, and the blatant images of satanic imagery that I shared concern me. I pray for Rachel daily. I felt I had to share this for her in pursuit of the truth. I look forward to comments and questions that these photos, information, and theories generate. Okay, so is this an unhinged loony? I cannot say. So let's look at the next post here. The multiple shooter theory. The multiple shooter conspiracy theory is not a theory so much as it is a collection of pieces to the puzzle that have been suppressed. Beginning the day of the shootings, law enforcement and media have pushed an anti-bullying, anti-gun, and mental health awareness narrative to forward pre-existing and enduring agendas. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold are by no means innocent. However, they were victimized as patsies to one lie. The two were not the sole perpetrators of the event. This is irrefutable and obvious when examining evidence and witness testimony outside of the scope of the mainstream media and official government statements. I ask that you please read all of the following. Feel free to reference any of the evidence cited for yourself. The evidence comes directly from the Jefferson County final report on the Columbine High School, released in May 2000, local publications, and more. This theory would be more appropriately named the multiple perpetrator theory because although there were more than two shooters, some of the personnel that carried out the attacks on Columbine did so with explosives or other improvised means. Before covering any of the shootings, there are multiple incongruent facts that prove Harris and Klebold were not alone. Between 11:14 a.m. to 11:22 a.m., when a janitor accidentally, in quotations, forgot to change the cafeteria surveillance tapes, Jefferson County reports the two boys placed their explosives to detonate them at the start of a lunch. A minimum of 95 undetonated bombs were found throughout the cafeteria after the events, some weighing more than either Harris or Klebold could individually carry. It is physically impossible for two teenage boys to carry that many explosives in one trip and strategically place them throughout a cafeteria large enough to accommodate hundreds in the span of 8 minutes, let alone do so unnoticed. Federal and independent investigators also noticed many of these explosives featured military-grade mercury detonating systems, far too sophisticated for some experts to construct, let alone two boys who could hardly put together crickets. There are many more irregularities that precede the shootings. The week before the shootings, Columbine High School was simulating active shooter drills. Where much of the footage released to the public on the shootings was filmed, more on this later. Before first period even began, the day of, students Jessica Gertz, Stephanie Hain, Anne-Marie Kelly, and Nathan Vanderoff reported men wearing three-piece black suits with clipboards, surveying the perimeter of the school, and similarly dressed federal agents inside the school. Many students noticed that they thought there was a drug bust. Student Crystal Aguilera reported a brown pickup truck circling the campus with similarly dressed personnel inside before the start of classes. Again, before covering the shootings themselves, I would next like to cover events following the official timeline that prove that Harris and Klebold were patsies. The boys are said to have committed suicide between 12:05 and 12:08 p.m. There were consistent shots heard by law enforcement, students, staff, and faculty alike up to nearly 4 hours later after 12:08 p.m. This is Brandy Wiseman, document 4753, Patty Nielsen, document JCSCO77. The double suicide official ruling was initially treated as a murder-suicide because the positioning of the corpses and guns of the two boys make it impossible for them to have both committed suicide. The blood spatter report shows that the boys were already lying down next to each other when shot. Klebold was shot through the left temple, which is a subject of incongruent controversy. The High Point Model 995 carbine rifle could not be held in such a way to have produced this shot by Klebold himself, with an elevated exit wound from the back of the right skull. The wound suggests that Klebold was left-handed, while the gun's location suggests he was right-handed. The rifle was a newer model of the gun and only a .22 caliber. What equipment Klebold and Harris carried with them? .22 cal weapons are notorious for failing in suicide attempts, even concerning headshots. The firearm could not produce the 1/4 inch through wound present, especially at such close range. Also, in virtually every suicide by firearm, the guns used fall several meters away from the corpses because of the recoil. In Klebold's case, the gun allegedly fell right behind him, opposite from the side it was used, another physical impossibility. The partial autopsy released for Klebold explains the irregularities in this wound and adds that an abrasive powder present makes determining critical details of the wound difficult. Consequently, Klebold's full autopsy report has not been released. In fact, most victims lack a full autopsy report currently. More on that later. In 2007, a local judge ordered that the Columbine records shall remain sealed for another 20 years until 2027, when the parents of victims, law enforcement officials, and school personnel would average 80 to 90 years of age, if they are still living. The most damning evidence, by way of the infamous basement tapes, have already been destroyed. Similar methods to suppress documents have been used in other conspiracies, such as the JFK assassination, the files of which have yet to be released. Although a lot of them have been released now, but still, many still are not. Lastly, before getting to the shootings, the evidence recovered by investigators at the scene of the crime irrefutably establishes more than two shooters. Jefferson County reports that a total of 329 shots were fired, 141 by law enforcement, 188 by the attackers. However, even media sources like CNN and the New York Times reported over 900 shots, and independent investigators by the Colorado Bureau of Investigations reported over 1,000 rounds of spent ammunition found at the scene. This means there were at least 571 rounds of ammunition that were incompatible with any firearm used by Harris Klebold or law enforcement officials. John Stone, the official from Jefferson County that became its spokesperson for the event, confirmed at least 17 people had died during the attacks in the Denver Post. In a phone call that can be found online with President Bill Clinton, Jeffco officials informed the president that at least 25 victims had died. In that same phone call, President Clinton alludes to the use of technologies such as RFID microchips to prevent such tragedies, and that crises like this could not be wasted. More of this agenda later. All of the weapons used by Harris and Klebold were coincidentally already up for legislative bans. The agendas behind this psychological operation are painfully obvious. There are at least 10 bodies and at least 571 rounds that remain unaccounted for today that Harris and Klebold absolutely were not involved with. For the sake of brevity and time, I could not scan all pieces of evidence or fully cite some. If you would like any specific piece of evidence, please message an inquiry. Okay, the next post will cover the over half a dozen perpetrators involved in the shootings and explosions on April 20th, 1999. So I believe the coincidence theorists just explain this as, again, fog of war and erroneous reporting. Make of that what you will. This is a continuation of the first post written on the multiple shooter theory. If you have not yet done so, I ask that you please read that before continuing with the following. Again, the evidence here comes directly from the Jefferson County Final Report on Columbine, May 2000, and local media publications. Please feel free to reference any citation for yourself. I can fully provide the detailed sources for anything cited if you would like to save some time and energy alternatively. The evidence against there being two perpetrators during the events of the Columbine tragedy seems infinite and is overwhelming. I will begin with an inexplicable discrepancy. As mentioned in the previous post, John Stone, the lead investigator for Jefferson County, on several occasions to several mainstream media sources, confirmed that 17 corpses lied dead in the school because of the tragedy. Federal investigators who illogically and without precedence were at the scene before local law enforcement relayed to President Bill Clinton that a minimum of 25 people had died. Jonathan Vandermark and Brandy Wiseman, two students at Columbine High School, confirmed that they saw 3 dead bodies on a stairwell, even providing the common detail that the corpses still had their backpacks on in their respective interviews with investigators. This was Denver Post. Daughter retreats behind stony wall of pain, April 25th, 1999. The problem is that the official narrative does not mention anyone dying outside the library other than Rachel Scott, Daniel Raubauer, and Dave Sanders. The treatment of the corpses themselves present a plethora of evidence that suggests this tragedy was an orchestrated event. The first problem is that law enforcement officials cannot declare an individual deceased unless decapitation is present or the body has been decaying evidently for an extended period of days. All of the dead were not properly declared as deceased by medical professionals, and their bodies were left as is for over 24 hours. In a future post, I will break down the video evidence that allegedly shows the bodies of Rachel Scott and Daniel Raubauer outside the school. These were clearly dummies strategically placed and moved during drills. The body alleged to be Rachel Scott was not dressed in the attire Rachel wore that day and was heinously desecrated as if it were an actual corpse. No law official would be asked to risk his or her life to retrieve a corpse during a live event. The body would especially not be dragged multiple times. A major general, CIA, NSA, M16, NATO, and FBI were all present before the events officially concluded, an impossibility without foreknowledge of the attacks. There was gridlock purposely created that did not allow local law enforcement or medical personnel to enter the school, which is a large reason why Dave Sanders eventually bled out. Multiple calls that were made with information of the shooters, which were not limited to Harris and Klebold, were ignored. A diversion bomb was set off in a field between Chatfield and Wadsworth near the school minutes before the attack. Parent Barbara Karakausis noticed 5 to 6 men near the entrance of the school in attire later described by witnesses of the shooting, 2 of which were sitting on large duffel bags. Local resident Martin Middleton came forward saying that he was warned of the attack by Trenchcoat Mafia members months before, which went ignored by law enforcement. It is important to understand these discrepancies and incongruences, along with the ones mentioned in the previous post, before describing the perpetrators and reasoning for the event, because all these questions are answered and the obvious picture of what really happened that day becomes clearer. The hundreds of shots that are not accounted for, and more importantly, the additional 10 corpses, now have attributable criminals to them. One last note before getting to the actual shooters and bombers themselves. No one heard or saw Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold commit suicide inside the school. Federal snipers were recorded as witnessing the events that transpired in the library, which is how Harris's and Klebold's path was determined, along with the cafeteria footage. This creates many questions addressed in the previous post. However, I'll pose some more here. If the federal snipers had positive IDs on Klebold and Harris and had visuals on them while they were carrying out their murders, why weren't they neutralized? If the 2 boys were witnessed as committing suicide, why was the case originally investigated as murder-suicide? Many local law enforcement officials stated that the snipers used could barely speak English. Which agencies did these personnel belong to? Who was generating the gunfire after 12:08, the last time the 2 could have committed suicide, according to the snipers? I will begin naming the additional shooters in the next post. I planned on doing so in this one, but it would be too long. Hundreds of students identified more than a half a dozen extra personnel who perpetrated the attacks. I will name them and provide the evidence in which the testimony comes from in the next post. Okay, Robert Perry, an expelled Columbine High and Trenchcoat Mafia member, was potentially identified by dozens of students and faculty. Student B.J. Monte irrefutably declared Perry as one of the shooters because of the severe acne, crooked teeth, pigeon toe mannerism, and unique trenchcoat that he had. Perry's trenchcoat was made of a cloth material. It was not a leather duster because he could not afford one. Technically, Perry was the only member of the Trenchcoat Mafia who actually had a trench coat. Students Brian Fry, 813, Lacey Smith, 4465, and Crystal Archuleta, 2346, Tessa Nelson and Matthew Connolly all echoed these rigidly specific details. Most of these students even picked Perry out of a photo lineup which included Dylan Klebold. Perry slightly resembled Klebold, and many of these students stated that law enforcement pressured them into claiming the person they saw was actually Klebold but not Perry. But they refused. Brooks Brown attempted to help the official narrative by telling law enforcement during his interview that Klebold had acne scars, despite no one else ever mentioning this detail, not even Klebold's parents. And of course, we do have the pictures from the prom. Many students interviewed throughout the investigation claimed that Brown is a compulsive liar. Perry was seen driving an older individual on the campus of Columbine High by the aforementioned students before the start of classes. Likewise, many students saw Perry after the attack concluded. Brianne Cook, who victim Rachel Scott often wrote to and spoke with, identified Perry as a shooter to friends and law enforcement. Cook, who was evacuated to a local library after the attack, reportedly began hyperventilating because she saw Perry there, who had changed into a tie-dye shirt. Many people at the library also noted that Perry was at the evacuation site because of this obvious detail. Perry began working graveyard shifts at his job the same month as the attack. However, he did not show up for work on April 19th or April 20th. Curious. And I don't see Brianne Cook's account in the documentation. Was her interview not released, and why not? Chris Morris, a then Columbine High School senior and Trenchcoat Mafia member, was also positively identified by an overwhelming number of students and faculty. Ashley Eagleland identifies Morris by name in her interview with Jeffco Official. Students Jake Apodaca, Chris Wisher, Donald Arnold, Patrick Neville, and Mike Kenny, among many others, all described seeing Morris throwing explosives outside of the school. Just as Robert Perry's claim to have been sleeping during the attack has been proven impossible, Morris's claim to have been playing Nintendo with Corey Friesen, fellow Trenchcoat Mafia co-founder, has also been proven impossible because of the eyewitness testimony and unintentionally non-redacted pages in the final report. Fellow conspirator and Trenchcoat Mafia member Joe Stair mentioned that Morris has anger management issues and caused him to act violently before the attack. Morris had previously been suspended for pulling a knife on students. In Morris's own interview with law enforcement, there are two major discrepancies in the official narrative. Morris, along with Eric Harris's ex-girlfriend Sasha Jacobs, claimed that the Harris family had prior knowledge of the attack and of the construction of explosive that took place under their roof. The Harrises never testified because they refused immunity. What, if that's true, why did they refuse him? I don't know, that's weird. Morris also claimed that Phil Duran, who worked at Blackjack Pizza with the shooters, had prior knowledge of the attack and willingly bought the guns for Harris and Klebold. If Morris claims to have known that these individuals were told of the attack, how can he claim that he himself had no prior knowledge on the attack and did not participate in any way, shape, or form? Morris was arrested the day of. Law enforcement refused to acknowledge this. More on this arrest later. And is that because Morris took immunity? Joseph Stair, also a Columbine High School student and Trenchcoat Mafia member during the attack, was identified by a diverse number of I&E or witnesses. Joseph, or simply Joe, revealed a great deal about the Trenchcoat Mafia during his interviews with investigators. Like Chris Morris admitted of himself, Joe Stair practiced Satanism. Stair would reportedly carry around what he called the Devil's Bible. Also, Stair and fellow Trenchcoat Mafia male members would kiss each other in public to discuss the students around them and promote Satanism. As noted by investigator G.B. Muma, Stair threatened to blow up Columbine on several occasions. Columbine High School peer counselor Lindsay corroborated this and informed law enforcement that police reports and internal Columbine reports were made on Stair and several other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Prior knowledge of the attack was abundant. I will get into more particular details on the Trenchcoat Mafia, included documented proof of Dylan Klebold's involvement with the group in a later post. Students Salazar, document 3761, Courtney Harrible, Alicia Insidious, and Stephanie Duffy, 2919, among many others, all reported seeing Joe Stair. The lack of redactions in these students' accounts show that they heard fellow shooters even call out to him Joe and not the word yo. Stair allegedly committed suicide in 2007, when many of those around him claim that he was preparing to become a whistleblower. Wow. There were more personnel involved in the attack, however. These were the only 3 mentioned by name in the final report because they were the only 3 students other than Harrison Klebold who attended Columbine. I will describe the other people included in later posts, which will include Trenchcoat Mafia members from nearby schools and law enforcement. I will also provide documented evidence of prior knowledge as well as new details of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Patrick McDuffie, former Columbine High School student and original Trenchcoat Mafia member, gave his report to law enforcement April 20th, 1999, approximately 9:30 p.m. McDuffie immediately informed law enforcement that the Trenchcoat Mafia not only had prior knowledge of the attack, but planned and executed it. Despite claims to the contrary, McDuffie, along with several members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, including Alex Marsh, Christy Epling, and several others, confirmed that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were indeed a part of the Trenchcoat Mafia in their police reports. In his report to authorities, Adam Kyler, known for his friendship with victim Rachel Scott, explained that a trench-coated Klebold threatened to kill him, which resulted in internal consequences during December 1998. Document 4065. McDuffie named over a dozen Trenchcoat Mafia members, providing their addresses, affiliation to the Trenchcoat Mafia, affiliation to Columbine High School, and roles during the planning and execution of the attack. This confirmed the hundreds of claims from students, faculty, staff, and alumni that reported more members of the Trenchcoat Mafia were involved. Trenchcoat Mafia member Kentaro Kojima wrote on a Columbine High School classroom board, "We should blow up the school," shortly before the attack began, according to student Terry Pexosa. It seems like a lot of these interviews are still sealed for some reason. McDuffie explained that Trenchcoat Mafia members from nearby Chatfield and Bear Creek High Schools also participated. He informed law enforcement that Trenchcoat Mafia members often spoke German to one another, which supplements Stephanie Duffy and Lisa Forgan's claims to have heard shooters speaking the language during the attack. Document 2919. McDuffie's list and damning evidence completely contradict the official narrative. McDuffie was subsequently forced to retract his report. A plethora of students described who they believed was an older individual with spiky blonde highlighted hair shooting during the attack. Jonathan Vandermark, Eric Walton, David Eagle, and Jennifer Small. Among others, all described these unique characteristics in their respective reports. On a side note, Small also explained that she ran into Eric Harris in the smoker's pit minutes before the attack. She mentioned how bad her day was going, and Harris informed her of it also being Hitler's birthday as a joke. These students also mentioned they saw uniformed law enforcement shoot at students, faculty, and staff. Penny Zare, document 5212, Candace Cushman, document 2794, and Michelle Fox, document 5196, all state they saw hostile shooters and law enforcement shooters aim at civilians from the rooftops. Pictures can be seen of law enforcement units with clipboards on the roof of Columbine High School, establishing the event as a drill. Students Jake Apadaka and Chris Wisher said they saw gunmen hiding at Weaver Park and recorded in their reports that they felt blown off by investigators. Scott Fusilier, former Columbine High School student, said and coincidentally the son of FBI investigator Dwayne Fusilier, who led the Columbine High investigation, also had ties to the Trenchcoat Mafia. Fusilier, along with Brooks Brown, associate of the Trenchcoat Mafia and friend of Harrison Klebold, were on a production team for a film project that illustrated Columbine High School exploding. Brown, who at the time played in a band, planned to release an album with this image as its cover. Brown also sang in the school choir. During a December 98 rehearsal, fellow member Lori Reynolds overheard Brown boasting that something big was going to happen the following April 20th at Columbine High School. So Lori Reynolds' account, document 4190 here, let's do a quick aside on this. December of 1998, just prior to Christmas break, while in her first hour choir class, she overheard something that a boy named Brooks Brown was telling some other boys in the class. Brown told a boy named Robbie Sherper that on April 20th, something bad would happen. She thought that Brooks Brown might hang out with the Trenchcoat Mafia. Regarding the broadcast on the TV monitors on 420, she said the thought for the day was, "You'll wish you hadn't come today." Wow. Okay, so all the coincidence theorists that maintain that not only did Eric and Dylan act alone, but that no one had prior knowledge, how do they explain this? This is Lori Reynolds, a non-associate of the Trenchcoat Mafia. There's something else that's chilling here in her account as well. Mr. Sanders ran into the cafeteria, yelled for everyone to get down. Lori, along with Elizabeth Nolan and David Lockwood, laid down and crawled towards the stairs on the far side of the cafeteria. They then ran up the stairs. Mr. Andres Sr. and a large group of students stayed in the auditorium. All during this time, shots could be heard from the general direction of the cafeteria. Mr. Andres wanted the students to stay in the auditorium. However, the students all ran out and in the direction of the front office. When they arrived in front of the office, they noticed what they thought was a bomb, so they ran down the hallway, which leads to the north, and exited towards the west side of the school. The same basic group of students continued on towards the public library in Clement Park. While standing outside the library at approximately 12:30 to 1 p.m., an unidentified individual walked by Lori and a friend of hers named Matt Lorenz. This individual openly laughed at them. This individual is described as male, 18 to 19 years of age, 5'10", thin, 180 pounds, light complexion, clean-shaven, wearing black cargo-type pants, white t-shirt, and red suspenders. So this is not the first account of individuals at the library or Leawood Elementary, Trenchcoat Mafia members, or just random individuals who were looking gleeful or happy. She said this individual flat out laughed at these huddling students who had escaped from the school. This is crazy. This is crazy. Continuing on here, again, Brown is seldom mentioned in a positive light with those associated with Columbine High School. He was described in police reports as tending to lie a lot. During the 4th hour in his creative writing class, Brown confirmed that he sat in Eric Harris's assigned seat. This was unusual, and many students noted this in their report. Okay, so if he's never sat in Eric Harris's seat before, and this was the only day he ever sat in Eric Harris's seat before, what does that mean? I don't know. What does that mean? That's weird. I mean, does that mean anything? Why would he even come to school? I mean, I don't know. This is weird. This was unusual, and many students noted this in their reports. Coincidentally, the only other student spared during the attack, as Brooks claimed to have been, was John Savage, who also had ties to the Trenchcoat Mafia. Nathan Dykeman, Klebold's best friend, did not immediately evacuate the area. Instead, Dykeman laughed when he found out about the shooting and bragged that he knew who did it and could not believe they decided to do it that day. The final point that I'll bring up in this post is the 1999 Columbine High School prom. Emily Paletta, a then Columbine High senior, said that all the posters for the prom were vandalized the week before it took place. The posters read, "It's coming, April 17th. The vandals then crossed out the date and replaced it with, "It's coming, April 20. Kathy Pevelanon and Linda Revel reported seeing Dylan Klebold talking to a green-haired individual in the kitchen of the Columbine High School cafeteria during the prom. They reported that they saw a large propane tank in the freezer of said kitchen. Law enforcement admits they could never locate the individual seen talking to Klebold. Wow, a lot of claims made there. Just a lot of claims. Also, document 1531, Shana Geslin has an interesting account here. She said on April 20th at 6:20 a.m., she was driving northbound on Pierce Street in front of the school en route to the sophomore parking lot in Clement Park. At that time, Shanna said she saw 4 cars parked side by side in the senior parking lot, which she considered somewhat unusual for that time of day. Shanna was unable to describe the cars or their occupants. Huh. Wow, this is weird. So, Then she continued to Clement Park. She parked her car, walked to the school, entered the school's main east doors at 6:30 a.m., and went to take a makeup test for history class. So she came to school early, and she sees 4 side-by-side cars in the senior parking lot at 6:20 a.m. It's weird, huh? Curious. So she remained in the school until 8:40 a.m. after the start of her second period class, whereupon she walked back to her car and drove home because of a sore throat. Now, if you think that's suspicious, she said she felt better as the morning progressed and drove back to school at 11:20 a.m. Shauna said that at about 11:30 a.m. she was driving northbound on Pierce in front of the school, but encountered numerous students running eastbound across the street. Shauna said that instead of attempting to continue north on Pierce, she turned right onto eastbound West Fair Drive and parked her car on the south side of the street next to Leawood Park. From there, Shauna said she got out of the car and began walking west toward the school. Shauna said that while attempting to cross Pierce, she heard gunshots coming from the school and was ordered to get away from the school. Shauna said that goings on in front of the school were very chaotic, and she ran southward along the east side of Pierce Street. She said she encountered friend Joshua Nettles in his car and in the neighborhood southwest of the school. Shauna said she got into Joshua's car. They drove to Leawood Elementary, where they remained for several hours. She said she never saw any shooters or anyone wearing a trench coat. During the interview, Shauna mentioned hearing something eerie and unusual about the daily video announcement that was broadcast at the start of her second period. She couldn't remember much other than hearing something to the effect of, "Today's the day." Also, Shanna mentioned a yellow poster in a window area on the south side of the southeast hallway between the math and science wings. Shanna said this poster was an advertisement for the school prom, which was held on April 17th, 1999. And it read, "It's coming," followed by that date. Shanna said that prior to April 20th, someone had crossed out the date of 17 and replaced it with a 20. She thought this was something law enforcement should know. What do all the coincidence theorists make out of that one? So, a bunch of activity in the senior parking lot, 4 cars at 6:20 a.m. 4 cars, 6:20 a.m. What are they doing? What are they doing? And then, of course, the poster. All right, the last thing I'm going to go over for now are the strange goings-on. So just more witness accounts of things not as they seem, as in there being co-conspirators, possibly other individuals assisting with carrying in duffel bags or bombs, or possibly even being shooters or being present for shooting and laughing about it, or things of that nature. Another post from Star Viego. School resource officer and JCSO deputy Neil Gartner did not report any unusual activity prior to the incident, document 8068. Star Viego says, to which I say he should have kept his eyes open a bit wider, because Columbine High School and environs were indeed the scene of suspicious comings and goings in the days and hours before the massacre occurred. What these episodes all have in common is any inkling of a follow-up or any attempt to investigate further on the part of IOs. Let me count the ways. 1. Document 7020. A woman named Mary Webb and her son Michael notice a trenchcoat mafia member, long black hair and a ponytail, standing by the front doors of Columbine High School at 1:20 p.m. on Saturday, April 17th. I mean, that might have been innocuous, who knows. Second citation, Josiah Pina, document 7014. On the night of the prom, Saturday, April 17th, a friend's mom sees two black-clad figures go back and forth between the gym and the back of the school. So how many times are they going back and forth here? And in the actual documentation, 7015, one of the mothers of a student was smoking in a car outside. He heard that she saw two people dressed in black running back and forth between the gym and the back of the school. Could not remember whose mom it was that saw these two people. So they're running, not walking. They're running back and forth. It doesn't state how many times, but I would say that that'd be at least one or two times back and forth, because it wasn't just one direction, because if it was back and forth. Very strange, very strange. Don't know what to make of that. 3, Carol Knapke, 7648, after-prom volunteer, sees man walking around at 11:30 p.m. on Saturday, April 17th. She is suspicious enough to describe him in detail to coworker Kathy Pavilianen. Wow, this is actually even more concerning. So Pavilianen stated so this is document 7648, on April 17th and April 18th, she was responsible for setting up an after-prom at Columbine High. Stated she was the chairperson for that event. Stated she was at Columbine High between the early hours of 4:17 and left sometime after 6 a.m. on 4:18. Witness Pavilianen stated that at approximately 11:15, she was notified by another worker that there were two male individuals attempting to enter the school by the locked doors. Pavilianen stated that the school would be open at 12:30 to allow the kids to enter to stay at the school between 12:30 and 5:30, but that once a student left the premises, he or she would not be able to return to the school. Witness Pavilianen stated the students could enter by the main school entrance and no other entrance. She stated that approximately 2:15 a.m. now, it was her understanding that the same individuals that had tried to get into school earlier were again trying to get into the school by a locked door. Pavilianen stated that she was reporting this due to the incident occurring at Columbine High, feeling that this possibly could be a lead. She was also told by an individual who was helping at the after-prom celebration named Linda Reffel had seen a propane tank in the cafeteria freezer on Saturday evening and thought it might be helium for the balloons they had blown up earlier that evening. Pavilianen stated that witness Reffel told her that she thought it was odd that a helium tank was in the freezer, but got busy and forgot to ask someone about it. Witness Pavilianen also stated that Dylan Klebold was at the after-prom activities at the high school, and he was with an individual with green hair. She also stated she remembers an incident where a female named Amber Burgress was seen with an unknown white male coming from a restricted area, the weight room. Pavilianen stated that after she told Burgress to leave the area, she noticed that the door to the area had been propped open with the steel washer. She removed the steel washer and secured the door. So, wow. So were they leaving these locked doors open so other individuals can come and go and possibly plant all these bombs? Possibly close to 200? She said one kid was wearing a yellow coat of the kids that were trying to get into the school. 2 kids that were trying to get into the school at different entrances that were locked. Ms. Pavilianen stated that she saw Dylan Klebold come to the party with a male kid with green hair and wearing black leather. She had never seen this kid before. Ms. Pavilianen stated that the kid had no reason to be there. So, was this a guy from one of the other high schools? Trenchcoat Mafia member, perhaps? Also, another point here, Pavilianen was assisted in the organization of After-Prom by Carol Knapke and Kathy Ford. Knapke told Pavilianen that she and Ford saw a suspicious man behind the school at 11:30 p.m., shortly after prom ended, but before after prom started. She described the man in detail to Pavilion, and I don't know where that description is. Okay. Continuing on here. Citation 4, Laurel Salerno, document 4284, on Sunday, April 18th, sees 3 grungy guys in the Columbine High School parking lot, says they are seniors or older. They walked to the west side of the school for 1 minute, then returned to their car and left. They appeared to have a definite person in mind. She described them thusly: first person, big, tall, red hair, flat top. Second person, muscular brown hair. Third person, brown hair. And I believe at least one witness in the school described a suspect with red hair during the shooting. Citation 5, Teresa Miller, 5926. On Monday, April 19th, she sees 2 boys, sleeveless t-shirts, blue jeans, pushing a large box big enough to hold a big screen TV on a dolly into the school. Again, I guess that could be anything, but because it's Monday, April 19th, I guess it should have been followed up on as well. Tuesday, April 20th, Citation 6, Shauna Gesselin, 1521 and 6424, at 6:20 a.m. sees 4 cars parked side by side in the senior parking lot, which she thinks is odd because of the early hour. We went over that before. Citation 7, Sarah Roseberry, 4210 document, at 7:20 a.m. sees 3 camo-wearing subjects in the main hall of Columbine High School. Citation 8, Ashley Primley, document 4071. In the morning at some point, Stephanie Liesbeck's dad sees a green minivan parked in front of the Mormon house with a bunch of trenchcoat mafia members gathered around it. Wow. That's a bit more damning. Citation 9, Barbara Kernakousis, document 7523. At about 7:30 a.m., she sees a group of 5 to 6 white males standing at the corner of Pierce and First Street south of the school. They are dressed in black. One looked older, in his mid-20s, with short blonde hair. 2 of them are sitting on a large black backpack. What do you make of that? I wonder what the coincidence theorists make of that. Nothing to see here. 5 to 6 trenchcoat mafia type members. One guy who looks a lot older than a high school student. Again, this individual was cited by many people inside the school during the shooting, before and after. And 2 of them are sitting on a large black backpack. How often would one stumble across such a scene at 7:30 a.m.? How often do trenchcoat mafia members even have their backpacks with them if they're not really into school or they're former dropouts? Why would they have backpacks? Citation 10, Lindsay Ludwig, document 6815, in the junior parking lot at 9 a.m., sees 2 males who appear to be hiding near a white pickup truck. That's curious. 11, Steve Ogle, document 1056, sees a cop car with clearly marked police insignia parked in one of Columbine High School lots sometimes that morning, pre-11 a.m. Citation 12, Drew Cassidy, document 7459. 10-year-old Drew sees 4 guys in black clothing drive by his house in a light blue compact car, yelling in a different language at 10 a.m. Again, how often does that scene unfold? Is April 20th the only time ever that this was seen by 10-year-old Drew here? Citation 13, Jay Adams, document 7422, and Roger Anderson, 7430. Construction workers, they see a black BMW carrying 4 teenagers followed by a small tan car, with 2 people drive in and out of the cul-de-sac near Cayley and Pierce, followed 5 minutes later by the sound of bombs. According to video teacher Gary Toloco, 8976, roof repairman Gary Clark told him he saw 3 people exit a vehicle with Harrison Klebold and that a tan vehicle followed them into the lot. Clark denies he ever said any such thing. Did someone get to him? And why would a random adult, okay, because you could say, okay, school students, rumors, whatever. Why would video teacher Gary Toloco make up what the roof repairman told him? I mean, what's the purpose here? However, If law enforcement told Clark to deny this in the future, then he would, of course, deny it. Aftermath, citation 14, Dana Bayless, 8912, manager of a 7-Eleven near Kennedy High School. She sees 3 males, including one wearing trench coat, tall, slender, long blonde hair, shoulder length, enter her store at 1:55 p.m., acting strange and nervous. They deny any knowledge of what's going on at Columbine High School. The other thing is, how often do these trenchcoat mafia members act strange and nervous? Aren't they usually acting tough, trying to intimidate and scare people, or simply disattached, or laughing and making fun of people? Here's document 8912 regarding Dana Bayless. So she reported she had a videotape recording of some kids dressed in trench coats at her store, with this video being taken on the day of the incident. So there's video recording here. There's security footage. The lead further stated that normally kids from Kennedy High School congregate at her store and that she knows all of their names. She stated that, however, on this date, 2 of her employees observed 3 males whom they had never seen before. The on-duty clerk further stated to Dana Bayless that one of them was wearing a long black trench coat, and all 3 of them were sweaty on their faces when they came into the store. One of the on-duty clerks advised the 3 males if they had any knowledge of what was going on at Columbine High School. They replied, "What do you mean? What's going on?" with them appearing to not have any idea of what was taking place there at the time. So they were sweaty as if they were running? The time was approximately 1:55 p.m. that they came into the store. Dana further advised that she was told by her 2 clerks that the kids were very nervous and sweating on their faces. So the one male, tall, with the long black trench coat, white male, tall, slender, long blonde hair, shoulder length with bangs in his face. Clerks estimated between 17 and 18. All 3 individuals were sweating, and they thought that was odd for the one individual to be wearing a long trench coat on a warm day. The 3 unknown males did not say where they were from, and they further affirmed the fact that they had never seen any of them before. So again, whenever something stands out, it's a little weird, isn't it? So if kids from the high school, a trenchcoat mafia member, if they visit the store regularly, these particular individuals had never been to that store before, except on April 20th. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Another coincidence? I guess the coincidence theorists would say so. They stated the 3 unknown males remained in the store for several minutes, then they left the store, with them catching a bus that traveled northbound on Wadsworth Boulevard. I'd be curious if those individuals were ever identified. Next, we have citation 15, Lisa McKenna, document 7541. The mother of a Columbine High School student, at 6:30, she sees a late 80s white Nissan or Toyota pull into the driveway of the home of neighbor Stephanie Plank. Sees 5 to 6 kids, 4 boys, 2 girls, exit the vehicle, high-fiving each other. They were celebrating like the excitement of winning a football game. McKenna recalled one of the boys having long, dirty blonde hair and wearing dark pants. None of the kids were wearing a trench coat. Months later, after classes had resumed at Chatfield, she sees a red Geo Metro drop students off at the same location. The red Geo Metro, So, of course, the red Geo Metro is the vehicle that is the vehicle that's associated with Robert Perry. John Ungerland saw Robert Perry driving a red Geo Metro near school, 2:30 p.m. According to him, someone fitting Joe Stair's description was hanging out the window with a pistol. They were both wearing trench coats. And this Geo Metro has been cited by a number of students. So looking at document 7541 now, Lisa McKenna was interviewed at her residence in the presence of her daughter, Ashley McKenna, after being advised. Okay, so she said the following: April 20th, McKenna observed what she thought was inappropriate behavior by some high school student-aged kids at a neighbor's house. McKenna thought the behavior was inappropriate given the shootings that had occurred at Columbine High School that day. Approximately 6:30 p.m., white late 80s model Nissan or Toyota sedan pulled into the driveway of a house located on Eaton Way. Okay. 5 to 6 kids exited the vehicle and were high-fiving. They were celebrating like the excitement and joy of winning a football game. The group included possibly 4 boys, 2 girls. McKenna recalled one of the boys having long, dirty blonde hair and wearing dark pants. None of the kids was wearing a trench coat. She did not recognize any of the individuals as students at Columbine High. Apparently, this was the home of Stephanie Plank, who is a student at Columbine High School. Let's look at Stephanie Plank's account, because she also stated here that on the first and second day that the Columbine students went back to school at Chatfield, a red Geo Metro dropped off students at this same residence. So this is where Stephanie Plank lives. Let's look at Stephanie Plank's account. 7024. So the report dated May 3rd regarding the May 3rd interview between 9:23 10:15 a.m. Stephanie stated she arrived at school at 7 a.m., proceeded to the student store, which is located at the Rebel Corner down near the cafeteria. She remained in that general area until about 7:25. While in the Rebel Corner, she stated she was seated at a table with a friend of hers by the name of James Helms. I provided Stephanie with a map of the cafeteria. Unfortunately, the seating diagram does not depict the tables located in the Rebel Corner, thus she was unable to give me an exact table location. She stated after she left Rebel Corner, she proceeded to class. She stated after her third period class, which is Arts of the World, taught by Miss Nelson, she left the school building at 10:10 a.m. for lunch with her friends Kendra Fagler and Lacey Veach. The vehicle that they drove into to lunch was in Kendra's vehicle. Stephanie stated that it was parked near Leawood Park. She said they went to lunch in the Southwest Plaza area and were not on campus when the incident occurred, and it wasn't until 11:36 when they tried to return to school that they found out about the incident. Now, again, there just seems to be an unusual amount of people that were not at the school at those exact critical minutes that the incident unfolded. Again, I'm sure a certain percentage of them would have been away anyway for lunch or whatever, but again, that's the tricky part, identifying which would and which wouldn't. Stephanie was asked if she saw anything out of the ordinary when she left to go to lunch. She told me at about 10:20, she remembers they were driving north on Pierce and they observed Chris Morris in a small red compact car, which she described as a probe. She stated Chris was driving out of the teacher's parking lot and described he was dressed in all black and had a green beret hat on and sunglasses. So this is 10:20 a.m. Stephanie was asked if she knew any members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. She stated in her freshman year she knew a few of the members, Tad Bowles and Chris Morris, but she hasn't really paid much attention to the group and doesn't really know much about them. Does that sound legitimate? I asked Stephanie if she went to the prom and after party. She stated her date was Ryan Wagenhout. Stephanie asked if she saw Eric or Dylan at the prom or after prom. She stated she did not. Stephanie also was asked if she observed 2 large duffel bags or sports bags in the cafeteria, one blue, the other orange-red. She advised me she did not see those bags. So is this her just trying to fly under the radar? And I can't help but wonder, is she providing an alibi for Chris Morris? This is curious. Let's see if her friends that she claimed she went to lunch with match her account. So this is a May 19th report with Kendra Fagler. The lead was to determine Kendra's whereabouts during 5th period as records reflect she has this period free, coincidentally. During my telephone interview with her on April 19th, she told me she was at home eating lunch on April 20th. She stated she had arrived at home at approximately 11 o'clock. And tried to return to school but had run into numerous students who told her what occurred and told her to turn around and go home. She did, and then contacted her parents to let them know she was just fine. Kendra told me she had not seen anything prior to her leaving the school on this date, and that was suspicious or drew her attention. She did not know Harris or Klebold, not heard anything since the event that would assist this investigation. You know, that's quite curious. That's quite curious. Because Plank is stating that they left after third period. So fourth period, they left at 10:10 for lunch. She left with her friends, Kendra and Lacey. Kendra Fagler, Lacey Veach. She stated they went to lunch in Southwest Plaza. But Kendra's stating she went home and she did not report being with anybody. Did no officers double check this discrepancy of Stephanie Plank? Let's look at what Lacey Veach has to say. So this was May 20th. I asked Lacey if she could tell me whereabouts during fifth hour. Lacey stated that she and Kendra Fagler and Stephanie Plank were in her car pulling into the teacher's parking lot at 11:40 a.m. when they saw Chris Morris leaving the teacher's parking lot. So she's stating that Chris Morris was leaving at 11:40 a.m.? Well, why are all these discrepancies? Then a couple seconds later, Mr. Capera stopped them, told them to leave because there was a shooting. They left, never went back. I asked Lacey what Chris Morris was wearing. She stated that he had on his beret and was driving his old beat-up black car. I asked Lacey if she could provide any further information. She stated she didn't see anything else. Okay, so we have three different accounts from these three different people. Kendra didn't even say she was with Stephanie or Lacey, which is weird. I mean, were these ever followed up on? Did anybody notice these discrepancies? I mean, they seem kind of strange. If this mother's account here, if Lisa McKenna's account of these students celebrating and high-fiving each other in Stephanie Plank's driveway at 6:30 p.m., that is strange. Huh. Now, make of this what you will. The only other references to Stephanie Plank is in this Washington Post article, May 4th, 1989, by Lorraine Adams, Columbine's Vow, We Will Go On. And again, some people believe that perpetrators might get a kick out of injecting themselves into media. Other people claim that they wouldn't want to expose or draw attention to themselves. But here's an excerpt from this. Many students echoed the feelings of Stephanie Plank, a junior who was driving back to school from lunch on April 20th and thought she was seeing a fire drill. She didn't mention that in her account. For her, Columbine stirs up declarations of affection and pride that seem to have been intensified by the attack. Columbine is my school, she said Sunday night. I want to finish there. I feel like it's where I was born and raised. It is curious. Many students and their parents remained uneasy. I think we should have waited a little longer, said one girl entering the school who did not want to give her name, just to recuperate a little more. Another young man who said he was afraid to give his name said, I don't feel safe anywhere right now. All the precautions they're supposed to be taking, like checking IDs and letting us in only one entrance. If someone comes in carrying a lot of guns, what good is checking their ID? Interesting point. Why are they checking IDs? Are they afraid that other students that were involved might come? I mean, I don't know. Again, there's just so many unanswered questions here. All right, moving on to point 16 in the comings and goings. Lieutenant James Smith, Boulder PD, SWAT, document 8305. At about 11:30 p.m., we overheard radio traffic that 4 or 5 persons in uniform had made an unescorted entry through the east entry door. Several minutes later, we observed 4 people walk out of a door on the northwest side of the school. All 4 were wearing jumpsuits and ATF markings. We were asked to contact the individuals and find out who they were. What the heck? That's weird. This happened at 11:30 p.m. That's crazy. If this was some kind of top secret covert op, would other possible shooters or accomplices take the uniforms of whatever agencies were there and make their getaway that way? I know that's crazy movie talk, but... All right, point 17, Eric Carlin, document 7451. Homeowner in Klebold's neighborhood. On Saturday, April 17th, he heard gunshots coming from the area of Deer Creek Canyon Park aka Denver Mountain Park, very close to homes. He yells for the shooter to knock it off and thinks no more of it. Until April 26th, when he notices a white male, late 20s or early 30s, looking for something in the same area. He thinks it might be the spent shell casings and is suspicious enough to take down a license plate number. According to police, the vehicle is registered to, they give this guy's name, wow, white male, 150 pounds, 6 foot, blonde, 34 years old. Does he have anything to do with the shooting? There's no indication that he does, but why would he suddenly feel the need to gather up the spent shell casings? And why are there redacted areas in Carline's statement? Most odd. And another point here, Bruce Lebsack's report, page 13,312, backing up Ashley Pimley, who stated that Stephanie Lesback's dad saw that green minivan with a bunch of trenchcoat mafia members around it. So on 13,312 is the dad here, his observation. He witnessed 6 or 7 black-clad males behind a green minivan at 8 o'clock. It was parked on the south side of West Polk Avenue at the corner of South Pierce Street. And this document is actually missing from the reports published here. Huh. Weird. And now referencing Barbara Karnakus's report, document 7523, at about 7:30 a.m. she saw a group of 5 to 6 males standing at the corner of Pierce and First south of the street. They are dressed in black. One looked older, mid-20s, with short blonde hair. 2 of them sitting in a large backpack. So it seems like a lot of individuals saw this random group of trenchcoat mafia type individuals. Some commenters here, I used to think it was strange how Karakusis was the only one who reported this group when there were likely a number of cars in the area. However, Thomas, 13,571, and Lebsack's reports give it more credibility. Also, a report by Tammy Solano Gonzalez states that she saw Klebold and 3 other males looking into the trunk of a small tan car at 7:45 a.m., page 13,206. While the location is given Columbine and Pierce, she later stated it was Polk and Pierce. And this tan car also matches those other testimonies about a tan car following a black BMW. It seems like all these witnesses who witnessed these vehicles with trenchcoat mafia type members and possibly Eric and Dylan, there's a lot here. This is not 1 or 2 people that could have been mistaken. So you have 4 adults, 2 of them parents, who all saw large groups of black-clad white teenagers right next to the school on the morning of the shooting. Yet another important piece in the puzzle that was discounted by police. Also, Kelly Hendricks, page 847, at 11:10 a.m., he saw 2 individuals in trench coats exiting a small car in the parking lot. Huh. Okay, here's a curiosity. The Real Columbine, May 14th, 2000, KMGH broadcast. At 3:48 in the broadcast, so this is at 3 minutes 48 seconds, a reporter stated, "We've just had a very interesting twist. Police just came out and told us that a carload of people left Columbine High School and was followed by a carload of people that apparently possibly had some weapons." Couple more curiosities here. 6:15 a.m., Justin Kem saw Klebold talking to Dykeman at the AMF bowling alley by Federal and Bellevue. Document 6710. And Justin Kem's report's also curious. Regarding his interview, May 24th, I asked Justin if he could tell me where he had been during his 5th hour class on the day of the shooting. Justin stated that he ditched his classes after first hour and was never at school that day. I asked Justin what class he had been in his first hour. Justin stated he had been in his bowling class at the AMF bowling alley at Federal and Bellevue. The class started at 6:15 a.m. I asked Justin if he knew Harris or Klebold, and he stated that when he got to class, he saw Dylan talking to Nate Dykeman near the front doors, but didn't remember seeing him after about 7 or 7:10 a.m. I asked Justin if he saw Eric. He stated no. So this is a guy who just ditched his class. Now, again, if he ditches his classes regularly, but if this is one of the only times he ditched his classes, that would be more curious. 7:05 p.m., Trenchcoat Mafia associate Frank Zerger notices Harris bending over the trunk of his car in the parking lot. He appears to be with another male, described as a tall, slender, black pants, black waist-length jacket, page 7413. Why would Zerger report this? And of course, Zerger's tale that at 11:10 a.m. he left campus for lunch, another coincidence, went to Brian Sargent's car, which was parked in his space in the senior lot. Arriving at 11:15 a.m., he, Sargent, and Nicole Dickey drove to the Burger King near the Cooper 7 Theater. And of course, there's some problems verifying that tale. At 7:15 a.m., Abigail Bowles sees Harris in the cafeteria with an unknown male. Page 6160. Then, of course, 7:20 a.m., Sarah Roseberry observed 3 camouflage-clad males, Upper North Hall, page 4210. 7:30, while driving near Bellevue, Sherilyn McLean sees a male in a trench coat and wrap-around sunglasses. Document 13,344. Between 7:30 and 8 a.m., large group of black-clad high school-aged males spotted on the corner of South Pierce and West Polk. They are clustered around various vehicles, and at least 2 of them are wearing trench coats. Several are sitting on large, dark-colored backpacks. Document 7523, 9834, 13,206, 13,312, 13,571. 9 a.m., a witness sees a weird, suspicious student using one of the school's payphones. He is wearing black sunglasses, a long black coat, and a black backpack. She picks him out of a photo lineup. 2723. 9:35 a.m., local resident Meg Beck sees a black-clad teenager sitting under a tree near Columbine. He is wearing a trench coat and appears to be a lookout. Page 13,015. Wow, this is all adding up quite crazily. I mean, this is just madness. 10:40 a.m., about a block from the school, a construction worker sees 4 teenagers in a black BMW, closely followed by a tan sedan holding 2 more. He later identifies the BMW as Klebold's. Rocky Mountain News, April 23rd, 1999. 11 a.m., Lucas Milne observes Robert Perry talking to some friends in the cafeteria. Document 5623. 11:10 a.m., a parent sees Klebold drive his black BMW into the parking lot with a passenger. 7533. Kelly Hendricks notices 2 individuals in trench coats exiting a small car in the parking lot. Page 847. Candace Cushman sees 2 males in trench coats sitting near the faculty lounge. Document 2795. Wow. Seeing this timeline all laid out like this is just bizarre. 11:10 to 11:15, Harris Klebold and a third unfamiliar man are seen entering the cafeteria. The man is wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans and is later identified by one witness as an associate of Mark Maines. Documents 829 to 834 and then 1159 to 1160. Jennifer Small sees one of Klebold's friends come in through the main entrance with a heavy black duffel bag. He is wearing a black trench coat and camouflage pants. Document 2185. 11:15 a.m. Also, Patrick Vassar sees 4 or 5 black-clad individuals walking away from the main entrance. They are all wearing trench coats except for one who is wearing camouflage pants. Page 4691. Jason Brem notices a round-faced male in a trench coat leaning against a tree by the upper west entrance with a black nylon bag at his feet. Document 719. 11:20 a.m. A witness sees Harris and another male in a trench coat walking near their equipment building. The other male is described as big and fat with dark hair. Document 1167 to 1168. 4 or 5 individuals in black trench coats are seen walking toward the cafeteria. Document 1194. Adam Campbell sees Harris in the parking lot with 2 or 3 other males. Document 732. Right before the shooting, Elisa Owen witnesses a heavy-set male in the parking lot. He is wearing a trench coat and camouflage pants. Document 3982. Stephanie Wagner hears an explosion and sees Harris talking to Brooks Brown at the top of the stairs. Brown goes down the steps and Harris shoots into the main entrance. Document 1255. This seems to happen almost at once. So did Brown actually see him shooting as he left? And is that what he's hiding, not actual involvement? After the first shots, Nancy Lindsay notices a male in blue jeans walking toward the school with a duffel bag. She makes eye contact with him and he smiles at her. Document 979 to 980. I mean, that is bizarre. I mean, this is just things that don't add up here. So a couple of more bizarre oddities here in the previous days. April 10th, during lunchtime, Mark Taylor sees Harris Klebold and 6 of their friends goose-stepping into the cafeteria with army bags. CRTF, November 6, 2000. 2 witnesses see Joseph Stair walking away from the school in trenchcoat garb. Document 761 to 762 and also 5707. April 11th, a passerby sees 6 or 7 boys testing an explosive at Harriman Lake Park. Quincy and Kipling. At least 2 of them are wearing camo. Within 60 seconds of the explosions, the boys and their setup are gone. The same group is later seen talking about detonating something at the school, document 13,517. April 13th, after school, a woman notices several males wearing black trench coats or dusters in the area of the building. She also sees a black BMW in the park's lot, document 13,536. April 17, on prom night, a parent allegedly witnesses 2 black-clad individuals running back and forth between the gym and the back of the school, document 7015. We went over that earlier. April 18th, on Sunday afternoon, Michael Webb and his mother see a male in a black trench coat or duster walking away from the school. His coat is weighted down and he appears to be concealing a heavy object. This is April 18th, just 2 days prior. Document 9016 and 13,623. April 19th, 10:30 a.m., 2 students observe Harris and another black-clad male walking away from the area of the diversionary bombs. Harris warns one away from the area. According to these witnesses, the other male is too short to be Klebold. Page 14,970 to 14,975. At 3:25 p.m., teaching interviewee Barbara Larson passes a large group of students on her way in. At least 2 of them are wearing black dusters. She hears them say, "We got it all set up for tomorrow. When do we detonate?" 13,300. This is the day before 3:25 p.m. Very curious. I mean, all of this is just beyond curious. Now, Dave Searle's account is really curious. Page 19,977 and 13,517. Passerby Dave Searle stated that the boys at the park had plywood shielding. So this is April 11th. Had plywood shielding barriers to protect themselves. As he passed by, 4 of the boys stood in front of the barriers so as to hide them from view. All of the boys also turned around to hide their identities, with the exception of one who had punkish, bleached blonde hair and dark eyebrows. Additionally, Searles noted that all of the boys were tall. Again, just all of these Trenchcoat Mafia members happened to be very tall, except for Brian Sargent. And even Eric Harris. Also, a little bit more expanding. Barbara Larson saw 5 to 8 kids huddling near the main entrance. Most of the boys in the group were tall, and one of them had white, punked-out hair and black eyebrows. Again, this matches Dave Searle's description. Again, she heard them discussing the detonation of something on April 20th. As she walked by, they shushed each other, with one of them saying, "She didn't hear me," and another saying, "Oh, she's just a visitor." I mean, I don't know what to make of this. This is all beyond bizarre. Just absolutely beyond bizarre. So believe it or not, we are making a dent, but we're still close to the tip of the iceberg when it comes to examining the anomalies in the Columbine case. Nothing is seemingly matching the narrative on the idiot box. The so-called official narrative of today does not match any of the reports at the time. Why is that? I will leave the Mindshock listeners to answer that. Leave your own comments, questions, theories, debunkings in the comment section. If you want to support Mindshock, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Columbine Conspiracy Series. This is episode 12, The Roof Activity. There's been much reported and speculated about possible shooters on the roof. 1 or 2 or even 3 figures spotted on the roof, sometimes with a gun, sometimes not, by quite a lot of individuals. Of course, there's helicopter footage, but was there other footage as well? Why has everything been under lock and key, particularly if there was nobody on the roof? I mean, it's very, very curious how the coincidence theorists defend keeping all of this video footage. I mean, public news footage. I mean, if somebody recorded it on their VCR back in 1999, they would still have it. You would have to think someone somewhere might have a copy of all of this footage. Now, obviously, it makes sense not to release and publicize footage of bodies and shooting, etc. But what about the roof where supposedly nobody's even on? If nothing's going on to obviously be able to disprove any kind of multiple shooter theory, what would be the danger in releasing footage of a bare roof with no one on it? The coincidence theorists, of course, have no answer for that. The cult of authority worship and Stockholm Syndrome has a firm grip on those who put blind faith in the idiot box, despite thousands of documents released showcasing many, many anomalies. I mean, there's over 100 accounts that we went over in previous episodes. Make sure you check those out if you haven't checked those out yet. Multiple shooters, even victims stating that they were shot by other individuals, not Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. Yet the coincidence theorists hallucinate. None of these documents exist. None of them have released. Of course they have. Anybody who knows how to use Google can go check out the official documents released by government entities and police departments. And for whatever reason, again, the Dunning-Kruger crowd that just takes blind faith in whatever is reported on the idiot box at the time it's reported, because of course the initial reports were quite different, but the current reports are of course what the authority worshipping cultists devoutly worship, completely disregarding all logic and reason in this case. So we will be examining the anomalous roof activity. Were there even spent shell casings on the roof? I mean, there are plenty of avenues of investigation here, and of course, the truth is not afraid of investigation. The truth does not need to be silenced or covered up unless certain entities are hiding something. In that case, is this how they would behave? Would they try to gaslight all of these students into telling them they didn't see what they said they saw? As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, find it informative and interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for exclusive access to streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share, spread logic and reason to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons also do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttal, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, let's touch upon the roof activity. So, of course, long-standing rumors, shooter on the roof, something of that nature, and police were warning of shooters on the roof. A lot of radio chatter about shooters or people on the roof. So the roof activity, very, very suspicious to say the least. Let's look at this post, also by Star Viego, Tapatalk Forums. I don't know where this was originally posted. It says June 19, 2005. However, this post might have been from June 30th, 2002, so not long after. The guys on the roof. Soon after the Columbine massacre commenced, police began to receive word that a shooter may be on the roof of the school. Austin Eubanks, document 18, Penny Zare, 5212, Nathan Vandero, 4677, and Lisa Forgan, 3008, were warned about rooftop gunmen by police. Alicia Dijnizak's dad, document 5067, overhears on a police radio that there was a shooter on the roof and they were throwing bombs. Finally, a supervisor in a white car told the officer to turn down the radio. Huh. Now, did he tell him to turn down? I don't think this is part of the conspiracy. He probably just told him to turn down the radio so these civilians wouldn't be listening to all this carnage and mayhem and death. Not because the fix was already in at that point and all the officers were in on it. That seems highly unlikely given the fact that they were telling students that there were shooters on the roof. So, let's look at his account. So, document 5067. Alicia herself was in the choir room office, 60 kids in there with no teacher. Brandon Reisbeck ran in, said there were people shooting downstairs, thought it was a senior prank, heard some bombs. Half the kids went out the doors, the other half stayed in class. Alicia was later told that the half which left went to the auditorium. They were attempting to leave. A gunman came. The group went downstairs, then went out through the commons door. In the choir room, they were at the door watching. At one point, they saw the barrel of a gun around a corner. Alicia said she saw the barrel of the gun, but she does not remember what it looked like. Alicia related she did not see the gunman. At one point, a custodian came in, told everyone to get down. Alicia related there is not a clock in the office. Wow, this is crazy. While in the room, Alicia said it became hot. She wanted to know about her sister. Alicia tried calling her parents. Foss tried to calm her down. At one point, Foss backhanded Alicia because she was getting out of control. Alicia sat down and cried. I mean, all these little details are just so tragic. Not that it could be more... how could it be more tragic than this kind of shooting? But on top of it, all these little details just really illustrate how just absolutely insane and tragic this whole incident was. And on top of all the tragedy, there's all these little details that just unfathomable. Unfathomable. So... finally, the SWAT team came. The students opened the door from the inside. They took the students out 10 by 10. When she looked at the clock, it was 3:25. Alicia's parents said she is on the video of the students leaving the school. Alicia is wearing a yellow jacket. It took the SWAT team about 10 to 15 minutes to get them all out. When they left, they went downstairs to the cafeteria. They went in front of the kitchen, then out the side door. They went up the stairs past the two guys that were dead. They ended up in a little corner at the northwest part of the building. Investigator asked Alicia when she first knew something was wrong. She indicated choir class's 5th hour. The class starts at 11:15. At about 11:30 is when they knew something was wrong. Alicia said she never saw either person involved in the shooting, of course, presupposing there were only two. She only saw the gun barrel for a few seconds. Alicia also related she never heard any names being used or any statements by the suspects. In regards to the shooters, Alicia related the following. She knew Eric Harris. She had a class with him, creative writing. The teacher was Miss Kelly. She said Harris was really intelligent and always nice to her. They used to make fun of the teacher. Wow, this is dark. Alicia talked about an incident that happened several months ago, possibly after their spring break, which was from March 16th to March 20th. In creative writing, one of their papers, they were to identify a character or object as a person. In the paper written by Harris, his object was a bullet and his best friend was a shotgun. Huh. Alicia related everything Harris wrote was really dark. On the Monday before the incident, Alicia and Sarah both had lunch with Brooks Brown, whom they knew. Wow, okay, carrying on here. We got some curiosities here. Okay, so The investigator... Okay, Richard then asked this investigator what information had been obtained from reference from any other participants. Richard stated that while he was at Leawood Elementary waiting for information about his two daughters, he talked with two girls who came from the school. The girls had seen two guys in the cafeteria wearing all black. There were also two guys who entered the main door from the parking lot. One was in black, the other was in white. The girls said they all had guns. We're talking about 4 people here? Two guys in the cafeteria wearing all black. Doesn't specifically say they had guns, though. Oh, it does. They all had guns. There were also 2 guys who entered the main doors from the parking lot. The 2 girls were in a group of 6 to 8 girls. Richard described the girls as one having short darker hair, the other had medium blonde. Huh. Also talking about Anthony Samoro's account, which we talked about. This was also relayed to Richard here. Tony stated 2 suspects came in the front door and 1 came in the side door. That's a total of 3 for those that are having trouble with the math. You know what else is curious here? So we also have Stephen and Ryan Poole here. Stephen indicated when the incident started, he got in the elevator, went down. Ryan was in the cafeteria. Ryan looked at the soccer fields and saw 2 people shooting. Ryan also related they tried to trap people in the cafeteria. It's unclear whether that was simultaneous, but it's curious. So there's 2 people shooting around the soccer fields, and then there's also individuals trying to trap people in the cafeteria. How does that work? Wow. Okay, Richard, at around 12 noon, he was near a state police motorcycle, which was located at the bottom of the hill south of the school on Pierce. The officer was directing traffic and had his police radio turned up. Richard heard over the radio someone saying there was a shooter on the roof and they were throwing bombs. Finally, a supervisor in a white car told the officer to turn down his radio. Huh. Curious. So this is what Alicia's father reported. So not only just a shooter, so I guess that would be somebody identified with a gun, either with a gun shooting or just with a gun not shooting, but throwing bombs. Who was this individual at 12 noon? We don't know. Very curious. Back to the Star Viego's post here. Other students claim to have actually seen a possible gunman on the roof. Jessica Lucero, document 1508, sees a person on the roof wearing white 15 yards from the west side holding a long object. She thought he was shooting. So Jessica Lucero apparently stayed... She didn't feel well after her 10:20 class. She went to the cafeteria. She stayed in the cafeteria until 11:15. When she went to her 5th hour class. Didn't see any duffel bags or anything like that. Her 5th hour class was math class taught by Miss Hazelwood. So she left. Okay, no. So she stayed in the cafeteria until she went to her 5th hour class. So the 5th hour class starts at 11:15, so she would have left beforehand. So I guess she didn't see anything. She said she was only in class for 5 minutes when a student by the name of Amanda was released from class to go to the public restrooms. Shortly after Amanda left, she came running back to the class, telling students that she had just seen Joey Malazzo near the restrooms. He had told her she needed to get out of the school. There were men shooting inside the school. Not kids, men. Huh. She was asked if she saw gunmen in the school or any gunmen after she exited. She stated as she was running out the east doors of the high school, she believes she saw an individual dressed in black holding a gun on the roof of the school. I asked if she could provide a description of the individual. She said she couldn't. Again, to all the coincidence theorists out there, people don't identify people they don't know. When they have specific facial features and they can tell the difference between Dylan Klebold and a guy like Robert Perry, then they gave their thoughts. Maybe they were wrong, but they seem to be very sure. She couldn't provide a description of the gun this person was carrying. She said it was not a pistol, it was a long gun. She told me she believes she saw someone, but she couldn't provide any additional information. And also, who knows how they're berating these poor witnesses? Are you sure you saw it? Are you sure? Are you sure? The gaslighting just doesn't stop. She couldn't provide any information on Harris or Klebold. The only other person she knew was involved in the group was a female that had a nickname of Devil Girl. Huh. Wow. So, there's her account. Candace Cushman, document 2794, sees a guy with a black trench coat on the roof. He was aiming a gun. document 2794. This is her handwritten statement. Although the officer taking the statement... Officer taking the statement dated May 6th, but this is written in her handwriting. I was sitting in the Commons, okay, in the back, rebel corner. I was talking to Mr. Sanders about basketball camp. I was walking back from the lunch line and everyone yelled, "Get down." I hesitated. Mr. Sanders said, "Candace, get down." Everyone started to get out. I got stuck in the back. One guy got shot and I ran through the auditorium and caught up with the people I had been with. When we got outside, I saw someone on the roof with what I thought was a black trench coat. He was aiming a gun, so Erica, Nick, and I ran toward the smoker's pit. We tried to run home, but the cops had us sit on the lawn. My aunt was at the corner in the car, and she drove me home. About 10 minutes before it started, I saw two guys in trench coats sitting on the stairs by the faculty lounge. Also curious. She described on the daily announcements the thought of the day was "wish you weren't here." So that's her count. No follow-up interview. Nobody wants to know about the shooter on the roof that they thought was shooting at him, or the guys, trench coat guys hanging out in the faculty lounge. No one seems to care. Okay. Michelle Fox, document 5194, sees a person on the roof wearing white 15 yards from the west side holding a long object. She thought he was shooting. Eastern edge above the math hallway entry. Lindsay Conwell, document 2760. Also sees someone on the roof. I mean, these are not just a couple kids hallucinating. There seems to be a lot of individuals who saw someone on the roof with a long gun. Eric Sunday's friend, Rusty, apparently no formal interview, sees two guys on the roof as he's driving out of the parking lot. Then the back window of his car is shot out. I guess they didn't want to publicize his interview. Shelby Myers, 3862, possibly hears gunfire originating from the roof as she flees from the main entrance. Okay, so apparently she did not see a subject, but she heard gunfire, possibly from the roof. So these are a number of individuals here who are spotting roof activity. Then you also have that radio chatter over the police radio. After fleeing the cafeteria, Philip Vendreau, 5991, runs down the gym hallway upstairs to the northeast exit doors. He sees dirt up by his feet, which he thinks is from gunshots. That's terrifying. By this time, Harris and Klebold were supposed to be inside the school, so those shots have to originate from a third shooter lingering on the west edge of the school or from someone on the roof. Let's not forget firefighter Philip Takaz, who said he saw a picture that showed spent shell casings up on the roof. Who was on the roof? Trista Fogarty, document 1420, says a sophomore named Scott, unknown, said he saw Eric Harris go through the custodian's roof access and then go out onto the roof. Officially, though, the only person up on the roof that day before 1:40 p.m. entry by the Lakewood PD was HVAC service person Chris Clark, document 745. He tells us that he was up there to fix a leak above the girls' locker room on the northwest edge of the building, although teacher Barbara Ann Hirokawa, document 5460, says she was told by one of the county maintenance guys that he was there to repair the dark room fan located above her photography class on the eastern side of the school. A lot of conflicting stories here. In his initial interview on April 20th, he told the investigative officers he was inside the school when the shooting broke out and that he ran up the custodian's roof access to escape. In a later... How would it go? Escape from the roof? In a later interview, he says he was already on top of the roof when the first shots were heard, and that he used the roof hatch in the hallway just north of the library. At any rate, he didn't see any shooters when he finally peers over the edge, nor does he mention running to the east side of the school, which is where people in the math science classes hear running and thumping sounds above them. Nichols, document 3907, Steele, document 2201, Morris, 1569, and Marr, document 2029. So they hear, in the math science classes, they hear running and thumping above them. So that would be the roof. Weird. Clark says he stayed put until a uniformed police officer pulled a van alongside the school, helped him off the roof by the north side of the school. Odd that he doesn't recognize his own service van, which DPO Wayne Depew commandeered with the keys conveniently in the ignition to rescue him. Odd, too, that no other police officers, first responders, saw this rooftop rescue taking place, including the ones that Depew says were with him at the time. Document 7990. Huh. What does this mean? Are people trying to implicate Clark here? That he was somehow involved, or he could have been the shooter and then pretended not to be and just an innocent maintenance man? Or did Eric Harris himself go on the roof, get some shooting done, even though officially that's nowhere in the official timeline? Or was it yet another shooter? Again, we don't know. It's kind of hard to say that all these students, police officers, everyone was hallucinating about a possible shooter on the roof throwing bombs. Weird. Final thought, DPO Gutierrez, document 8010, is on the west side of Columbine when he sees one student who jumped from the roof of the school building and apparently broke his hip. He tried to run but couldn't and began crawling. Gutierrez pulls him in the front seat of the patrol car, takes him and other students to triage. We never get his name. But if the story is true, we very possibly have a shooter who sustained an injury. Any guesses? Ha! Let's look at Gutierrez's account here, because this is absolutely mind-shocking. So he's a first responder for Denver PD. His handwriting's actually not too bad. This is April 21st, 8:30 document. On this date of report, approximately 11:35, myself and Officer Romero of the Gang Bureau responded to Columbine High School on a call of officer and students being fired upon and calling for assistance. Upon arrival at the scene, we were told to go to the west side of the school building, as this is where all the gunfire was reported to be coming from. Myself, Romero, Sergeant Benton, and Sergeant Drajan responded immediately to this location. This area is where the school cafeteria and the school library are located. We immediately came upon 7 severely wounded students, some with devastating wounds, and female hit approximately 7 times, 1 male with a severe stomach wound, 1 female with her shoulder blown out. My concern was to get medical attention to the other people these people as soon as possible. We came under heavy gunfire at this time and took cover. After the gunfire subsided, 2 more police units pulled in and we began loading the wounded students into the back seats, and we were able to get all of them out to safety. Officer Tran Thomas and Jeffco Sheriff were instrumental in helping on this. Romero responded to the front of the school cafeteria area and deployed his AR-15 rifle. Officer Romero responded to the front of the school cafeteria area and deployed his AR-15 rifle. Officer Romero was instrumental in saving numerous students in this position. We came under heavy automatic weapons. Let me repeat that again for the coincidence theorists. We came under heavy automatic weapons fire again from the library area. And I did hear a dull explosion at this time. So are we to say that this individual, this EMT first responder, trains with police, are we saying he's too dumb to understand the difference between full auto and semi-auto fire? Or he'd be if he couldn't tell the difference, he would just put under fire like he did previously. Now he's stating at this point in time, they came under heavy automatic weapons fire. Okay. At this time, officers Drajan and Romero returned suppression fire as we had students running through the parking lot trying to escape. So in which direction is this suppression fire? So is he saying these officers are shooting into the library or the cafeteria or the roof, other areas of the school? How does suppression fire work? What is the official narrative here? That officers did not fire into the school? Drajan and Romero returned suppression fire as we had students running through the parking lot trying to escape. One student jumped from the roof of the school building and apparently broke his hip. He tried to run but couldn't and began crawling. Myself, with a Jeffco sheriff's deputy, drove to the edge of the parking lot, pulled him into the front of the police unit, and also put approximately 5 students in the back seat, drove off to a medical aid location. We responded back to our location and continued evacuating survivors out of the school throughout the day, now with the assistance of SWAT teams who were now on the scene. Let me repeat that again for the coincidence theorists. One student jumped from the roof of the school building. One more time. Just coincidence theorists are usually devout in their blind faith and official narratives. One student jumped from the roof of the school building. Now, was this student a shooter? Or was it someone who ran onto the roof, escaped, never been identified, no follow-up, nothing? Weird. I mean, this is a first responder, Gutierrez. This is not some kid with zero experience in the school. This is a professional first responder making this account. Just a lot of interesting statements there. They're under full auto fire from the library. Officers are returning and providing suppression fire. He doesn't state exactly where, but if they're under full auto fire from the library, where would the suppression fire to help them be shooting into? So are these officers shooting into the library where students are? I mean, obviously this is not an easy situation by any stretch of the imagination. It's bizarre, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. That's the point I'm making here. Interesting questions, follow-up posters here. Eric Sunday's friend Rusty sees 2 guys on the roof as he's driving out the parking lot. Back window, his car is shut out. Okay. The question here, were there any ballistic tests performed to see if it would have been possible for the bullet to have originated from where Eric and Dylan were at the time of this event? Or was the car located at a place where only a rooftop gunman would have reached it? Good question, exactly the type that bothered investigative officers and caused them to head another direction. If the evidence don't point at Harrison Klebold, I don't want to hear about it. There is no indication this lead was ever followed up on. So, very typical. I mean, I'm still reeling from Gutierrez's account. I mean, come on, this is a first responder making an official report. From all accounts, this is not his first day on the job. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. So, regarding Philip Takaz, so this is an article from the Columbine to a federal prison, May 1st, 2001. Last year, CRTF received information from a man named Philip Takaz, who at the time was a fireman for the Versailles Fire Department in Kentucky. In mid-July of 99, he attended a class in Lexington on firefighter safety in police situations. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms participated in the class. The agent who gave the class, William Donovan, is based in Washington, D.C., semi-retired, and is only involved in large cases. He was present at Columbine High 3 days after the shootings. Donovan presented to the class a number of forensic pictures from Columbine. One picture showed between 6 to 10 shell casings on the roof of the school. Takaz says the casings were large, likely 223 cal. They were not 9mm or shotgun casings as used by Harrison Klebold. Let me say that one more time for the coincidence theorists. One picture showed between 6 to 10 casings on the roof of the school. Takaz says the casings were large, likely 223 cal. They were not 9mm or shotgun casings, which were used by Harrison Klebold. The BATF instructor would not comment on who fired from the roof. Takaz says that during the shooting, on television coverage, he remembers hearing reports of someone firing from the roof. Those reports quickly vanished, but surfaced again in the recently released 11,000 pages of evidence. There is no plausible reason why a SWAT team or any other figure in authority would have fired from the roof that day. The only possibility is that another shooter, not Harris or Klebold, fired those shots. Another picture presented to the class showed the body of Eric Harris as he lay in the library. His skull was fractured from a gunshot wound. Harris's pants were missing. And Takaz says that the BATF instructor wouldn't tell us why he wasn't wearing pants. I found that very unusual. Wait, I don't believe anybody else reported that, though, did they? The other students said they were just bodies. Nobody said anybody's pants were missing. Other pictures, so at which point were these photos taken? This was how many hours after the fact? After the bodies were moved? Other pictures were shown of exploded pipe bombs and damage throughout the school. The instructor said the night before the shooting, Harris and Klebold used the Harris home garage to break glass which was placed in the pipe bombs. Someone in the class asked whether or not Wayne Harris was involved in some way, and the instructor said he felt he was not involved. He also said that the backpacks were found with explosives in them, but he would not elaborate as to whom they belonged to. The instructor said that the 3 students arrested the day of the shooting outside of the school were not directly involved in the school, though they were close friends of Harris. What is directly involved versus indirectly? Some of the class participants asked Donovan if there were more than 2 people involved in the shooting, and he responded to the class that it was feasible that more were involved. That's curious. So, semi-retired ATF agent William Donovan in the year 2000... Oh, this was actually mid-July 99. Mid-July 99. He said it was feasible. Takaz said the instructor responded by saying that off the record, he knew for a fact that there were more people involved. Whoa, we are in Mindshock territory. So again, if we are to take the word of Takaz here, he says that the instructor responded that saying off the record, he knew for a fact that there were more people involved. Takaz recounts the incident. From what we saw in the pictures, we all agreed that there had to be more than 2 gunmen. I asked the instructor if he believed only 2 kids did this, and he finally answered me and said off the record he knows that there were more involved. CRTF has talked with Mr. Philip Takaz over the phone, and he has reaffirmed his story first related to us through an email. Furthermore, one of Mr. Takaz's associates, who was present during the class, has emailed us and confirmed Takaz's story. He told us, I don't remember a whole lot, to be honest. The guy showed us slides from Columbine. Most of them were bombs that had gone off, spent shell casings on the roof. Phil asked him if he thought that only 2 of them did this. I don't recall the exact answer, but he said it was very possible. Phil told us that the instructor finally said that he knew for a fact that there were more involved. The following is a copy of one of Mr. Takaz's emails. In mid-July of this year, I attended a class for the fire department in my area addressing firefighter safety at police situations. The last speaker was a man who worked for the ATF. He is an explosives expert, and he was telling us about the booby traps and the sort. He brought along several slides from the shooting at Columbine. He said he was there by the 3rd day to help with identifying some of the devices. Apparently this was till 2000, so he was there in mid-July. Oh, no, this was mid-July 99. Yeah, mid-July was the class. He was there 3 days after the shooting in April. Okay. He said he was there by the 3rd day to help with identifying some of the devices. Most of the pictures were of bombs that had already exploded and a few that had not. The one thing that I remember was a picture on the roof. It was of what he said where one of the pipe bombs had gone off. In the picture, you could clearly see at least 6 to 10 shell casings as well. Someone did ask about that, but he never really gave an answer. The casings looked too big to be from a 9mm, like the ones that were used. Also was a picture of Eric Harris's body. Someone asked where his pants were. Again, no straight answer. At the end of the class, we asked him if he thought there were more than 2 involved. In front of the whole class, he said, it is quite feasible. I talked to him alone before we all left and asked him again. He said, off the record, I know that there were more directly involved. He didn't specifically say if he meant a 3rd gunman or if they had helped making the bombs that numbered over 60. He also did state that he doubted that Eric's father had helped them with the incident. I found him to be very sincere. At the time, I didn't realize how important his statements were. In a bizarre twist of events, Philip Takaz was arrested April 25th, 2000. Wow, almost on the anniversary. Apparently in his home in Versailles for allegedly making bomb threats over the internet. The threats allegedly stemmed from Takaz's instant messenger screen name, school shooter underscore 2000. Using this screen name, he posed as a student from Colorado and claimed he would enact another shooting on April 20th. Takaz said he would target a school in Arvada, Colorado. He apparently did not make any specific threats. Investigators found an assault rifle, handgun, and an instruction manual on how to make bombs in his home. He was not in possession of illegal weapons or bomb-making materials. It does not appear he was preparing to enact a shooting. After his arrest, a number of articles were released by the Kentucky Post and Lexington Herald-Leader. They confirmed Takaz was in fact a volunteer member of the Versailles Fire Department, although he quit late last year. He is 23 years old, lives alone in Versailles. No further information about his background was reported by the newspapers. CRTF corresponded with Takaz for months prior to his arrest and found him to be helpful and stable. He even helped us obtain vital CNN footage of Columbine. He also made attempts to contact the Jeffco Sheriff's Office and asked for an explanation of the pictures he had seen at the class. His story never changed, and we felt he was telling the truth about the class he attended. On May 5th, Takaz was indicted by a Kentucky grand jury. He faces charges of up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. A CRTF source was in contact with Takaz's mother, Carol, who lives in Chicago. She expressed dismay over the incident. She said Takaz was en route to Atlanta and from there would depart for North Carolina for psychological testing. This is weird. June 13th, CRTF spoke with Carol Takaz, Philip Takaz's mother, over the phone. She reported that Mr. Takaz is currently in North Carolina Federal Prison, where he will undergo psychological testing sometime within the next month. It is hoped that after the testing is finished, Mr. Takaz will be released from prison where he awaits trial. The charges against Takaz stem from an internet user who informed the FBI of a threat made by a chat room participant named schoolshooter_2000. The vague threat implied a shooting or bombing would take place at an Arvada, Colorado high school. The FBI traced the identity of the chat room participant to Mr. Takaz through AT&T. Mr. Takaz's internet provider is AT&T WorldNet. Carol said Philip denies the charges. She said he was in good spirits from what she would surmise from the few phone conversations they had. She tends to believe him and sees no reason why he would make such threats. Carol says so far their lawyer remains inactive as the evidence relating to the case, including Mr. Takaz's computer hard drive, is in possession of the authorities. The authorities failed to recover any evidence from Mr. Takaz's home indicating he was planning on fulfilling the alleged threat. It also does not appear a threat was ever made to an Arvada high school during the latter part of April. It remains unclear whether or not Takaz had a chat room screen name of schoolshooter_2000. It is wholly possible a disgruntled chat room user decided to frame Takaz and claims he made a threat when he did not. It is also possible the charges against Takaz are completely accurate. I mean, you would think they would have those details, though. The nature of the internet, and especially chat rooms found on the internet, is that it is difficult to determine not only the identity of a chat room participant, but also the intent of what they're communicating. Most often, a chat room is a place where people go to vent their feelings and make off-the-cuff comments not normally acceptable in normal situations. Even if the charges against Mr. Takaz are true, we certainly do not feel they warrant a prison term. The latest information on Mr. Takaz's condition was received through a phone conversation with Carol Takaz, April 26, 2001. She said Philip has been imprisoned in the Federal Medical Center in Lexington since January of this year. He will be released October 3rd, 2001. Philip passed his psychological test with flying colors and was found to be of completely stable mental condition and a non-threat. Despite this, he was placed in a medium to maximum security prison because authorities felt he was too great a threat for a lower security prison. Carroll said during his sentencing, the prosecution presented evidence against Philip in the form of pages and pages of confusing internet chat room dialogue allegedly made by schoolshooter_2000. It's also curious, I mean, can they even, if they can prove that that was his username and that was from his IP, then they got something. If they can't, or did they just mix and match different posts and then say that them together out of order was some kind of threat, even if he was talking about something else? I mean, who knows? Philip pleaded guilty to the charges in hope of gaining a lighter sentence. Carol said the judge at Philip's hearing seems to have a bias against Philip. Carol says she believes her son is innocent. She finds the charges against him to be not even that big a deal and is dismayed at the fervor in which the government went after her son. Authorities found nothing in Philip's home to implicate him in a bomb plot, let alone anything illegal. Carol gave us Philip's address at the prison, and he had requested she contact us. She said he was interested in getting a copy of the JCSO final report. We believe Mr. Takaz is unfairly imprisoned and likely innocent of his alleged crimes. We also trust the veracity of information Mr. Takaz revealed to us in late 99 concerning the Columbine High School shooting. We believe the important information he possesses concerning the shooting may have had some connection as to why he was arrested and imprisoned for these laughable charges. That's curious, yeah. If he was framed for this and someone else used his IP or cloned his IP, like someone, for example, if this is a high-ranking government conspiracy in upper agencies, they could easily clone his IP and make posts in the forum, have somebody, one of their own, in the forum, or even somebody else report him to the police. Then all of a sudden the IP matches him, and then they got him even though he's innocent. So if there is a conspiracy, would they do this? I don't know. Another interesting document here, 111, we didn't go over this. Nicole Nowlin said during the time frame about 11:45 a.m., she believed she observed someone on the roof of the school, but she could not provide a description of that individual. Nicole Nolan said her observation was later confirmed when she heard others near where she was located making similar comments. So a bunch of people saw somebody on the roof, a possible gunman. From NicoleNowlin.com, her website, we had to wait there for another cop car to come get us and get us some medical attention. While waiting, we saw one of the shooters on the roof sort of patrolling the area from up top. What? And this is also curious. I'm not the only one who noticed this. Notice how it went from shooter in Nicole's own version to someone in the version written down by her interviewing officer. Nothing like distorting an eyewitness account to fit the official theory. I wonder how badly they mangled the other important 11K interviews. And of course, I went over them. I went over all these interviews where you could see what the witnesses wrote in their own handwriting, and then you could see how that was morphed by the officers typing up a report. Also, interview with Donna Taylor. Mark told her, Donna, he saw another man on the roof with a gun while laying on the ground. There was videotape of that, but they've thrown it in the trash. Comment, I have talked to another researcher who was able to talk to Mark personally. He mentioned that he was initially shot by someone outside the school, but then was shot repeatedly by the rooftop gunman. He then backed off this statement as though he realized he had let this info slip out. Huh. So, Mark Taylor's original interview is not included in the 11K report, curiously. I mean, there's so many curiosities with this. It's really weird. Now, in the documents that we do have, document 263, Taylor advised the investigators that though he only observed two suspects, he recalls having a feeling that there was a third person there. And again, this is a typed up report. We don't know what Mark Taylor said to the investigative officer. This is what the officer is typing up. Taylor added it was just a feeling and that he could not recall seeing a third person. So again, the crucial interview missing here. Just another one of these coincidences in the Columbine case. So this is from Zabel's website, columbineconspiracy.com/roofsus.html. I don't know if this website is still up, but the next statement is from a non-Columbine witness who, along with her boss, believed she saw at least two people on the roof of Columbine High. Karen Drinnan and her boss, Mike Valerio, who worked near Columbine, were using a telescope on April 20th, 1999, to view the roof of the school during the shooting. This occurred at between 11:30 and 11:45 a.m. Karen described one of the men on the roof as wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a red stripe and the other in a short-sleeved white shirt with a red stripe. Huh. So this is document 18701. Karen Drinnan advised she and her boss saw two males on the roof of Columbine High between 11:30 and 11:45 a.m., one in a short-sleeved white shirt and a second subject in a white long-sleeved shirt with a red stripe. Drinnan and her boss watched through a telephoto lens on video camera. She does not know if videotape was made by her boss, Mike Valerio. That would be curious if there was a videotape, and was this a tape that was previously referred to that had been confiscated or destroyed? On the bottom of the lead sheet here is stopped watching activity at school from third-story office building 1 mile south of the school, looking through a video camera at 2 people on roof of school, unable to obtain physical characteristics, stated her boss, Mike Valerio, had possession of tape. From the interview with Mike Valerio, people on the roof, most likely SWAT officers, approximate time of observation was 2:30 to 2 p.m. So did they change this? Because the original report here is between 11:30 and 11:45. All of a sudden, that gets changed to meet the narrative, but the SWAT team were not wearing white shirts with red stripes. Huh. And then where's the videotape to prove that? Possibly with a timestamp. Some comments here from Star Viego. I believe repairman Chris Clark was identified wearing a red, white, and blue shirt. So it looked like Drinnan and her boss saw Clark and maybe the white t-shirt guy together on the roof, which makes Clark a liar and hence very possibly one of the covert operators on scene. There was a videotape of that, but they've thrown that in the trash, said Mark Taylor. At any rate, they are never going to release this one if it exists. Also curious is these are office workers, again, these are adult professionals who are specifically looking at the school through a telescope. There's no fog of war. They're not in the middle of chaos and destruction. They're just curious. They want to see what's going on. They observe this. Very curious. Wow. So this document is not currently available, but someone had an excerpt from this document. MSNBC TV witness. This document is 14,013 for anybody that can find it. This young lady was interviewed. She told how it was the beginning of her lunch hour. She needed to go out to her car to get her makeup. She asked another female student to walk with her. As they were walking, she indicated seeing a heavy-set student with dark hair or a mustache who was up on the roof of the school wearing a trench coat, and with him was another student wearing a t-shirt. So this whole narrative of it was just Klebold and Harris, one of them was wearing a trench coat, one wasn't. Yet here are all these other sightings, including on the roof. Weird. Was that possibly Brian Sargent? Because he does have a little bit of a mustache according to some. Joe Stair obviously does have a mustache. So Mark Taylor's story, published November 6, 2000 on CRTF. As Mark lay bleeding, he could hear shots that sounded as though they were coming from the roof. At least one shooter on the roof, Mark told CRTF, noting that although he did not see anyone on the roof, the sounds of the gunfire were distinctly coming from the direction above the cafeteria. Tony Martinez, parent, this is document 7535. Before 11:45, he saw a male crawling in the grass of Clement Park. Tony said this individual, whom he described as a white adult male, said there's a sniper on the roof, after which he began crawling around on his stomach. Tony said he remembers hearing a single gunshot at the time, which sounded as though it had originated from outside of the school. Tony said that he looked toward the school, but never saw anyone on the roof at any time. Curious. So there's an adult male crawling in the grass before 11:45 a.m. stating there's a sniper on the roof. Okay. Valerio's interview, tips M-Z, between 1:30 and 2, he saw 2 people on the roof just east of the south main entrance. One of them was wearing a dark coat and appeared to be holding a rifle. Valerio stated the 2 individuals were not very active during their short time on the roof. They appeared to move around carefully behind the ductwork and held a brief conversation. He believed they were law enforcement and stated there were numerous helicopters that would have been able to see them. And where's all the helicopter footage, by the way? There's a lot of helicopter footage from that day. Where is it? Okay, he acknowledged he did tape some of the activity, but not sure if he got the 2 individuals on tape. After watching it, the interviewing officer said the video did not show any suspects. The timestamp was 1:57. Valerio stated the activity could have occurred 1 hour earlier due to the fact that he may have not adjusted his camera in accordance with recent time change. That's convenient as well. Joey Marcotte, document 10,013. At about 1:45, she saw a male in a black jacket on the roof. Brian Powell, Meeting the Wishner Family, 2001. Nearby resident said, "The photo this man took of the person on the roof of the school appears to be a man with a mask on. Powell said this man was in sort of a stance, just sitting there for a while." Huh. So there is the famous image of the man observed on roof, thought to be possible sniper. You really can't see much. It's hard to tell exactly what that is. Is that a guy with some kind of white and or red shirt? Does he have a mask on? I don't know. So there you have it. Plenty of roof activity. A seemingly never-ending stream of reports of something going on the roof. What was it? And why does it need to be covered up? Curious questions, as always, in the Columbine Conspiracy series. Plenty more to cover. We're actually not even close to done. I mean, this is just a truly anomalous case with so many holes in the official narrative. I mean, to call it Swiss cheese would be an understatement. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, bring logic and reason to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, a like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.